everyone and welcome to the Excel full course, your comprehensive path to mastering Excel from the basics of formulas and formatting to advanced analytics, automation and integration. In this course, you will learn core Excel skills, build pivot tables, charts and dashboards and explore automation using Python and UiPath. You will also compare Excel with tools like Tableau to understand when and how to use it. Plus, you will prepare for job interviews with Excel interview question and answers. So whether you're looking to boost productivity, automate tasks or enhance your data analysis skills, this course has you covered. And before we begin, please like, share and subscribe to Edureka's YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to stay updated on the latest tech content from Edureka. Also, check out Edureka's Business Analyst course designed by industry experts to provide deep insights into business analysis along with practical skills in tools like Advanced MS Excel, SQL Server, Python for data science, Tableau, Power BI and much more. And through hands-on projects, you will master data modeling, analysis and visualization, preparing you to drive business success as a skilled business advance your dynamic fit. Course link given in the description box below. Now, let's get started with our first topic, that is Introduction to Excel.
So let's get started with Excel interface. So you can get started with Excel using Google Sheets or the Excel desktop app, which is included with the Microsoft Office subscription. So the version of Excel that I'm going to use in this tutorial is Excel 2016. So here, let's click on New. If we click on this blank workbook, a new workbook will appear. And below are some templates that will make your work easier. You can search for templates here as well. Okay, so now let's create a blank workbook. So now a sheet appears. Okay, this is a sheet in Excel. So to a single tab within a workbook where you can input and organize data. A workbook can contain sheets, each identified by a tab at the bottom of the Excel window. You can rename the sheet by double click. Let's rename it as sales revenue. Okay, we are going to work with sales data. So I've just renamed the sheet. So now different sections of this workbook. So this section at the top is called toolbar. So the quick access toolbar in Microsoft Excel is a customizable toolbar that provides easy access to frequently used commands and tools. Toolbar according to your needs. So here you can click on this and customize the toolbar on thing you want to appear in the quick access toolbar. So if I click on spelling, spelling appears in the toolbar. So below the toolbar, we can see tabs such as File, Home, Insert, etc. So each tab has specific functions and when we click on it, ribbon appears. Okay. So this is the ribbon bar. Ribbon refers to the top section of the Excel window that contains tabs and commands for performing various tasks and accessing different features and functionalities. So ribbon consists of different groups. Okay, so this is a clipboard group, this is a font group and this is an alignment group. Okay, each have different functions. And at the bottom, the function to zoom the worksheet. So I've zoomed the worksheet. And now we can also see multiple rectangles in this sheet, right? So these are called cells. So a cell refers to the intersection of a row and a column within a worksheet. Each cell is identified by a unique reference called a cell address. Okay, cell address is basically the combination of column letter and the row number. For example, cell at the intersection of column B and row 3 is B3. So you can see the reference number. Cell address is B3 here. Okay. So if we select multiple cells, it is called a range. So if you click on tab, it will go to the next column, and if you click enter, it will go to the next row. So now let's add some data to the Excel sheet. Let's create a sales report. Let's create columns and name them. So I'll create a column and name it product ID The second column is name. Column is units sold, and the next column, and then we'll add revenue. All right. So let's add IDs 5, and let's add name A, B, C. Okay, and let units sold be 100. So these are just random numbers that I'm applying. Let's just add price for each unit sold. Yeah. So now you can see that the column product name is not completely visible. So first let's add the spacing. So let's just, so we can adjust it like, but there is another option. You can click on this button here. So it will select the entire sheet, line that separates two columns, and double click on it. So space is adjusted automatically according to the data entered. So if you want to insert a column before product name, select the column product name and write and click, so column appear. In the same way, if you want to create a row, click on the row and okay, a row is created at the top. Now let's just delete whatever we created right now. So right click. Don't want the row and column that we created, right? So delete. Now let's do some calculations for the data that we have created. So here what we'll do is we need to calculate the revenue column. So we'll calculate it using units sold and price. It's nothing but the multiplication of units sold and price. So here let's use is a mathematical expression used to perform calculations, manipulate data, or automate tasks within a spreadsheet. Formulas in Excel always start with an equal sign followed by the expression that you want to evaluate. So let's put an equal sign here. In the cell can be seen in this formula bar. Okay, so equal units sold into the price. Okay, and so if you want to apply the same formula to the below rows, either you can click on this plus sign, double click, drag them down. Formula will be applied to all the rows. So here we have used an operator to calculate revenue, right? We have used the multiplication operator. So apart from multiplication, various operators such as addition, subtraction, division, exponentiation. Okay, so now let's calculate the same revenue in this column using a function. It provides numerous built-in functions to perform specific calculations or tasks. Examples of functions include sum, average, if, VLOOKUP, etc. So here we'll use a function called product to calculate revenue. So is equal to product. So this is the function. Number product, number 1 is the units sold, comma, the price. We'll close the bracket. So we can see that we got the same answer using the operator. Delete this. So now let's calculate the grand total for the columns units sold, price and revenue. Okay, so to calculate the grand total, there are 3 ways you can calculate. So first is using an operator. So op is equal to, either you can add everything using operator plus 54 plus 2 plus 45 plus 12. Okay, this is one way to calculate the sum. Okay, next I'll teach you another way, that is using function. So to calculate sum, we have a function SUM and select the range of the cells and close the bracket. Okay, this is the calculate sum. Apart from that, we also have AutoSum. Okay, so here we have a function called AutoSum, which will automatically calculate the sum of the column. All right. Now, let's just drag this same way so that the sum of revenue is also added. Yeah. Now, let's add a new column and name it product category. So, let's click here and insert a new column. Okay. We'll name it as product category. Okay. So, let's name it food, stationery. Let this be stationery. Then we have food and clothing. So, these are the product categories that we have added. Now, do is let's analyze sales trends by category. Let's add the name. Okay, here we'll add the product category, and here the. So, let's calculate the total revenue according to categories. Let's adjust the space. Okay, so first category is food. Let's paste it here. Second, we have stationery. Paste it here. Then we have clothing. So, these are these. So, we'll calculate the total revenue. How do we do that? We'll do that using the SUMIF function. Okay, is equal to sum. So, the first argument is range. Okay, we'll select the range, that is the product category, comma the criteria. So, food is the criteria. Okay, if product category is food, we need to sum, comma the sum range is the revenue. Now, let's just close the bracket. Yeah, so this is the total revenue for food. So, I'm just double clicking here. Yeah, so we got the total revenue for stainless clothing. So, now we can see the revenue based on categories. Okay, now let's do some formatting to the data that we have created. So, the process of changing the appearance of cells, rows, columns and other elements within a spreadsheet to improve readability and enhance the overall presentation. Before you share an Excel file, either for an assignment, submission or any work related to, you format it. Okay, so the first thing that we'll do here is we'll add a title to this table or this sheet. Now, add a row here. Click on insert and a row is seen here. So, let's add the title as sales analysis. Okay. Now, you can see that the title is in the first column, but I want it centered according to this table. So, I'll select these cells and click on merge in center. The title is in the center. Now, let's just start heading. So, under styles, go to cells and choose a heading, heading 1 or heading 2. So, here I'm choosing heading. So, heading is styled. Next, let's style the grand total. So, this is the grand total, right? So, let's select these rows and go to cell styles, and there's a default style for grand total. Now, let's format the entire table. So, let's copy the data as table. We can choose any of these options. This one. Yeah. Okay, let's do the same thing and also let's add a heading under cell style. This be heading 3 and we'll add some color to these. Okay, let's do one more thing, that is let's add border to the entire table. Okay, that you can do font tab. Let's just do all borders. Yeah. We'll just adjust the column spaces again. Yeah. Now we can see that the table is well formatted. Next, let's take a look at data visualization. Now, we have categorized the revenue based on each categories, product categories, right? So, let's visualize to the categories food, stationery and clothing. So, first of all, let's select this data range and go to insert. So, a bar chart is always suitable for visualizing categories. So, here we have different charts. This is bar chart, line, scatter plots. So, here I'm choosing bar chart. So, I'm choosing, okay. So, this is the plot that Excel has. Let's a bit. Yeah. Now, this is the chart, this to this chart. Okay, first of all, let's change the title. Total revenue based on properties. Okay. Yeah. Now, what is access titles? Access titles are very important for any chart. So, make sure you add them. So, this is the total revenue. Total revenue. This is the product category. Now, let's also add data labels. Okay. Let's just click on plus symbol here and add data labels. Yeah. Now, this plot shows us that the product category food had the highest revenue, followed by stationery, and clothing had the lowest revenue. So, this is how we create a simple chart in Excel and interpret from it. So, now we are done with the analysis. So, we just go to File and save it. Okay. And then you can go to File and also export it into PDF. Okay, and publish. So, this is the PDF file of the analysis that we have done in Excel.
So moving on towards what exactly is a formula. A formula in general is a condensed way of representing some information in terms of symbols. In Excel, formulas are expressions that can be entered into the cells of an Excel sheet and their outputs are displayed as a result. Excel formulas can be of any type such as mathematical operators, values or texts, cell references, or the worksheet functions. Mathematical operators include the operators such as plus, minus, star, the divided by symbol, etc. When you enter values in an Excel sheet cell, Excel takes those values and returns the output. In case you want to compare two cells in Excel, you can do it easily by specifying an equal to sign between the cell references of both the cells that you want to compare. This will either return a true or false depending on whether the values are same or different. Worksheet functions are nothing but the built-in functions that are present in Excel, and I'll be discussing this later on in this session. Okay, so now let's move on and see how you can actually work with formulas in Excel. Like I've already told you before, here we'll be discussing how you can actually write, edit, copy-paste formulas, hide formulas, and the operator precedence of Excel formulas. So now I'll jump onto my Excel sheet. And the first thing that we'll be discussing over here is how to write Excel formulas. In order to write a formula to an Excel sheet cell, all you have to do is select the cell where you want the result to be displayed, type an equal to sign initially to let Excel know that you're going to enter a formula in that cell. After that, you can either type a cell address or specify the values that you intend to calculate. So for example, let me just enter some values over here. I'll say A1 is 3 and A2 is 2. And then I want to return the sum of A1 and A2 in A3. Now to do that, all I have to do is type in an equal to sign. And then I can simply type down the cell address, that's A1 and A2, with a plus sign in between and then hit enter. Okay, so as you can see, it has returned the output, which is 3 plus 2 is 5. Now in case you don't want to type the cell address, what you can also do is, let me just delete this. Type an equal to sign again. Select the cells whose values you intend to work on. So I'll select A1 and then I'll specify a plus sign and then I'll select A2. Now I'll hit enter. Okay, so I hope you guys are clear with this. So one more thing I want you guys to notice is that you can also enter the formula in the formula bar that is present over here. Okay, so now let's move on and see how you can actually edit a formula in Excel. In case you want to edit some previously entered formula, simply select the cell that contains the target formula, and in the formula bar, you can make the desired changes. So as you all have seen, in the previous example, I have calculated the sum of A1 and A2. Now, I want to edit the same and change the formula in order to calculate the product of the values present in A1 and A2. So like I've already told you all you have to do is select the cell which contains the target formula, go to the formula bar, and over here make the desired changes. So in order to find the product, I'll just have to include a star symbol instead of the plus sign. So now I'll hit enter. Okay, so I hope you guys are clear with this. So now moving on towards something very interesting, which is how to copy paste a formula in Excel. Excel comes in really handy when you have to copy paste formulas. Whenever you copy a formula, Excel automatically takes care of the cell references that are required at that position. Now this task is taken care of by the relative cell address system. Here, the copied formula will have modified row and column addresses that will suit its new position. In order to copy a formula, select the cell that holds the original formula and drag it until the cell that you want to calculate the formula for. Okay, so what I'm going to do over here is add on some more values in the B, C, and D columns, and then I'm going to drag the formula present in A3 to B3, C3, and D3. So now let's move on and see how it works. I'll just enter some random values. I'll say 3, 4, and over here 2, and 9, 6, 7. So as we all know, the formula is present in A3. Now, what I'm going to do is hold the left click and drag this down until that cell to which I want to copy the formula. Okay, so I hope you guys have seen this. The formula has been copied and the cell references have been changed according to the position. To know more about the relative cell addresses, absolute cell references, and the mixed cell references, you can refer to the Excel tutorial video of Edureka. Okay, so now let's move on and see how you can actually hide formulas in Excel. In case you want to hide some formula from an Excel sheet, all you have to do is select those cells whose formula you intend to hide, open the font window, and from here, open up the protection pane. Now, check the hidden box and click on OK. Okay, so as you can see, I've checked the hidden box, but the formula is still visible over here. Now this is because I've not selected the protect sheet command. And if I don't do that, my formulas are not going to be hidden. So in order to protect the sheet, select Review from the ribbon tab. And then from the Protect group, click on Protect Sheet option that is present over here. So as you can see, it asks me to enter some password to unprotect the sheet. So I'll just specify some password. And I'll click on OK. So now it's asking me to re-enter the password. So I'll just do the same. And then I'll click on OK. So as you can see, previously when I used to click on these cells that contain the formula was visible in the formula bar. Now, when I click on any of these cells that contain formulas, the formula is no more visible over here, which means that the formula is hidden. So in order to undo what you've done, just select the unprotect sheet command that is present over here, and then enter the password that you've entered previously. So as you can see, the formulas are now visible. Okay, I hope you guys are clear with this. So now let's move on and see what is the operator precedence of Excel formulas. Excel formulas basically follow the BODMAS or the brackets, order, division, multiplication, addition, and subtraction rules. If you have a formula that contains brackets, the expression within the brackets will be solved before any other part of the complete formula. Say for example, I'll select a new cell, and over here I'll just type in some formula. I'll say equal to A1 star, and then I'll open up the brackets, and within this I'll just say C1 plus C2, and then I'll close the brackets. So as you can see, I found the result for A1 star C1 plus C2 within brackets. So what exactly Excel is doing over here is, first it determines the result of C1 plus C2, which is 2 plus 9, and that is 11. Then it multiplies that result to 3, and hence we get the final result as 33. So I hope you guys have understood this. So now let's move on towards the next topic, which is what exactly are functions in Excel. In general, a function defines a formula that is executed in some given order. Excel provides a huge number of built-in functions that can be used in order to calculate the results of various formulas. In order to view all the functions that are available in Excel, all you have to do is click on the formula menu that is present in the ribbon bar, and over here, click on this insert function command. Open up the category drop-down menu, and over here, you can see all the various categories of functions that are available in Excel. In order to select some function, all you can do is select the category to which it belongs, and then select the function that you intend to use. After that, just click on OK. Once you've done that, Excel asks you to enter the parameters that are present for that particular function. After entering the parameters, just click on OK. So I've got this caution message because I've not entered any values over there. So I'll just click on OK. So the next thing that we're going to be discussing in this session is the most important Excel formulas. So here are some of the most important formulas and functions that I'm going to be discussing in this section over here. So the first function that I'm going to be dealing with is the date function. Now this is one of the most important and widely used functions in Excel. So in order to show the syntax of this formula, all I'm going to do is select the date and time category, and from here, I'll select the date function. When I select the function, it shows me the syntax of that particular function and also specifies what it returns. So as you can see over here, the date function takes three parameters, which is the year, month, and day. This function returns a number that represents a given date in the MS Excel date-time format. So to make use of this function, what I'm going to do is go to the formula bar, and over here, I'll specify an equal to sign. Then I'll type date. Now for the first parameter, I'll have to specify the year. So I'll just say 2019. Month, I'll just say 03. And the day, I'll give some random day, say 21. After I've done this, I'll just hit enter. So as you can see over here, Excel has returned the date in the Excel date time format. So now let me show you guys another example. So what I'm going to do over here is, for the same date, I'm going to subtract some days from it. So to do that, after I've written the date function, what I'm going to do is specify the minus sign, and then I'll just give some random value, say 5, and then hit enter. So as you can see over here, Excel has returned the date that comes 5 days prior to the date that is specified within the date function as a parameter. So I hope you guys have understood this. So now let's move on and take a look at the day function. Now just like the date function, the day function basically returns the day value of the month. So it can be anything between 1 to 31. This function basically takes one parameter, which is the serial number. The serial number is the date whose day you want to retrieve. It can be given in any manner, such as the result of some other function, supplied as a date function, or the cell reference itself. So what I'm going to do over here is select a new cell, and then I'll type down the equal to sign, and I'll use the day function. So I'll just specify a cell reference over here, and that is A1. So as you can see, it has returned the day value for this particular date. You can also make use of the date function within the day function, and to do that, just specify the equal to sign, and then use the day function, and within this, type down the date function, and specify the parameters to it. So first is the year, and then the month, and then the day. Okay, so I hope you guys are clear with how this works. So now let's move on and see how you can actually calculate percentage in an Excel sheet. Percentage, as we all know, is the ratio calculated as a fraction of 100. Okay, so mathematically, percentage is equal to part divided by whole multiplied by 100. Okay, so now let's move on and see how you can actually do this using Excel. I'll just erase these drawings over here. So I'll just clear the values that are present over here. So in order to calculate the percentage, I'll just specify some new values, say 4 and 6. And I'll just say that 4 is the part value and 6 is the whole value. So what I have to do over here is select the cell where I want to display the result, type an equal to sign, and then I'll say A1 divided by A2. Okay, then I'll just hit enter. Okay, so after this, what I have to do is go to the Home tab, and from the numbers group, click on the percentage symbol. So as you all can see, I found the percentage over here. So now moving on towards the next important function, that is the if statement. I'll just clear this from here. The if statement, as many of us know, is a conditional statement that returns true when a specified condition is satisfied, and it returns false when the condition is not met. Excel provides a built-in if function that serves this purpose. Now to show this function to you guys, what I'm going to do is go to the if function that is present over here, select the function, and over here you can see the syntax of it. So this if function basically takes three parameters. The first is the logical test, which is the condition that is to be checked. The second parameter will return some value in case the condition is met, and the third parameter will give a separate value in case the condition is not met. So I'll just take two values over here. I'll say 3, and over here I'll just say XYZ. Now I'll take a new cell, and over here I'll type the equal to sign, then make use of the if function. Now what I'm going to do over here is just check if A1 is equal to A2. So I'll say A1 equal to A2, and then I'll specify the value that is to be returned if the condition is met. That is, I'll say yes. And the third parameter will be when the condition is not satisfied. So that will be no. You can give any values of your choice. So as you can see over here, A1 is not equal to A2. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this. So now moving on towards the next very important function, which is VLOOKUP. The VLOOKUP function is used in order to look up and fetch some particular data from a column of an Excel sheet. V in the VLOOKUP stands for vertical lookup. This is also one of the most important and widely used formulas in Excel. Now to show you the syntax of this function, what I'm going to do is open the insert function window, and over here I'll just type in VLOOKUP. It basically comes in the lookup and reference category. I'll just click V, and over here you can see the VLOOKUP function. So here you can see the syntax of this function. So this function can take up to 4 parameters, where the fourth parameter is optional. The first parameter, or the lookup value, is the value that is to be searched. The second parameter specifies the table array in which the value is to be searched. The third parameter specifies the column index from which the value is to be retrieved. So the final parameter, or the range lookup parameter, is optional, and it returns true for approximate values and false for an exact match. So now, for example, if I want to find the ID that is present for this employee, which is Dave, all I have to do is select some cell, and over here I'll use the VLOOKUP function, and then I'll specify the name of the employee, which is Dave, and the table array will be from A1 till C3. So after this, I'll have to specify the column index. So the column index will be 2, and since I want an exact match, I'll use false. So now I'll hit enter. Okay, so as you can see over here, the VLOOKUP function has retrieved the ID of Dave. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now let's move on towards the next formula, that is calculating the income tax. So to calculate the income tax, I've already created a table over here. And within this table, I've specified the total salary, the salary deductions, taxable income, and the percentage of tax on the income. So I've just specified some random salary over here and some random salary deductions. So the next thing that I'll have to do is find the taxable income. The taxable income will be the difference between the total income and the salary deductions. So that will be A1 minus A2. I'm sorry, it's B1 minus B2. Now I'll hit enter. So the total taxable income is $275. So the percentage of tax on my income is 10%. So in order to find the income tax, what I have to do is income tax will be equal to taxable income into 10 by 100, which is the percentage of tax applied to my income. So to do this in Excel, what I have to do is just select the cell, and here I'll type the equal to sign. Taxable income is present in B3, so I'll select the cell B3 and then multiply this with 10 divided by 100. And now I'm going to hit enter. So as you can see over here, I have $27.5 as my tax. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this. So now moving on towards the next function, that is the sum function. The sum function, as we all know, calculates the result by adding the specified values in Excel. In order to show you guys the formula of this function, all I'm going to do is open up the insert function window, and here I'll just type sum, hit enter. So as you can see over here, the sum function takes in all the values to be added as its parameters. And then it returns the result after adding all the values. So in case I want to calculate the sum of all these values that are present over here, what I'm going to do is I'll just say equal to, and then I'll use the sum function, and I'll specify the range as B1 to B4, and then I'll hit enter. So as you can see, the sum function has calculated the sum of all the values that are present over here. Okay, so I'll just delete this off from here. So now moving on towards the next very important formula, which is finding the compound interest. Excel has a built-in formula called as FV that finds the compound interest. FV actually determines the future value of an investment on the basis of periodic, constant interest rate and payments. To show you guys the syntax of this function, I'll just open up the insert function window, and over here I'll just type FV. So as you can see over here, this function takes 5 parameters. Okay, in order to calculate the rate, you will need to divide the annual rate by the periods. Number of periods or NPER is calculated by multiplying the term or the number of years with the periods. PMT basically stands for periodic payment and can be any value including 0. So I'll just create another table over here. In case I want to calculate the compound interest for an investment of 500 at the rate of 10% for 5 years, assuming that the periodic payment value is 0, all I have to do is make use of the FV function. Okay, I'll just increase the size of this column over here. So now what I'm going to do is type an equal to sign, then make use of the FV function, and the first value will be the rate. So like I've already told you all before, in order to calculate the rate, I'll have to divide the annual rate by the number of periods. So the annual rate over here is 10% and the number of periods is 12. So that will be C2 divided by C4. So I'll just click on this and then divide it by C4. So for the next parameter, I'll have to specify the number of periods. The number of periods or NPER is calculated by multiplying the term with the periods. So here the term is 5 star, periods are 12. Assuming that the periodic payment is 0, I'll just specify it to be 0. Finally, I'll be specifying the investment amount. And since the money has been taken from my end, I'm going to specify a minus sign preceding the amount that is invested. So the amount is present in C1. So I'll just click on this. So as you can see over here, the future value for $500 at the rate of 10% for 5 years is found to be $822.65. So now moving on towards the next very important formula, which is finding the average. Average basically depicts the median value of a number of values. In Excel, the average can be easily calculated using a built-in function called average. In order to show you the syntax of this function, I'll just open up the insert function window, and over here I'm going to type average. So as you can see, this function basically takes all the values and then it returns an average, which is nothing but the arithmetic mean of all the values that are supplied to it as a parameter. I already have a table for this. So now, in order to find the average of the marks scored by these two students, what I'm going to do over here is create another column, and I'll name this as average. And over here, I'll type the equal to sign and make use of the average function. So now, I want to find the average of all the test marks that are scored in the various tests. So I'll just select all these cells, and then I'll hit enter. Okay, so as you can see, I found the average for Dave. Now in order to find the average for Ava, all I'm going to do is copy this function. Okay, so I hope you guys are clear with this. I found the average for both the students. So now moving on towards the next function, which is the count function. The count function of Excel will count the number of cells containing numbers in a given range. So in case I want to calculate the number of cells holding numbers in the table I've just created, all I have to do is select a new cell, then specify the count function. And within this, I'll specify this table as a range. So as you can see, it has returned the value to be 12, which means 12 cells in my table contain number values. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now moving on towards the next function, which is the round function. The round function basically rounds off values to some specific decimal places. So as you can see over here, I have some decimal values that are present. Now in case I want to remove the decimal point from this, I'll just select a new cell and then I'll make use of a round function. And as you can see, it takes two parameters, which is the number and the number of digits that you want to round it off to. Now, since I just have one number after the decimal point, I'll just specify the number of digits to be 0. So for the number, I'll use the cell address of G2 and the number of digits will be 0. So as you can see, 83.4 has been rounded off to 83. So now moving on towards the next formula, which is finding the grade. In order to find grades, you will have to make use of the nested if statements in Excel. So over here, we found the average. Now in case I want to grade these students, I'll have to make use of the nested if statements. So I'll just create a new column. I'll say grade. And within this, I'll use the if function first. So the if function, like I've already told you, will take one condition and it's going to return some value if it is true and another value if it is false. So now I just want to check if G2 is greater than 75. So I'll say G2 greater than 75. And in case this is true, I'll return the grade to be A. So in case this is false, I'll create another if condition within this. And I'll check if G2 is greater than 40. So if this value is true, I'll just return B as the grade. And if this is false, I want the return value to be F. Okay, so now I'll close this and I'll hit enter. So as you can see, the value of G2 is greater than 75, which means the grade is A. In case the value of G2 would have been less than 75, it would have gone to the next loop and then it would check for the condition if G2 is greater than 40 or not. If G2 is greater than 40, it will return B as the value, else it's going to return F. Okay, so I hope you guys are clear with this. Let me just copy this for the other student as well. So now moving on towards the next function, which is the rank function. So till now you've been seeing how to calculate the average of a student and then find the grade. Now I'll also show you guys how to give ranks to the students present in a class. To do that, you can make use of the rank function, which is already present in Excel. The rank function basically takes three parameters, which is the reference, number, and order. So I'll just specify rank over here. And as you can see, it takes number, reference, and order as parameters. The order parameter is optional, and in case you do not specify anything, it is going to return the rank in the descending order, which means the highest value will get first rank, the second value is going to get second rank, etc. In case you want to specify in ascending order, you can specify any non-zero values. The number over here is going to be G2, and the range will be G2 and G3. Since I want it to be in descending order, I'll not specify any value to the order parameter. And I'll hit enter. So as you can see, I found the rank, but it looks misplaced because I've not created the column name. So I'll just cut this and I'll paste it over here. I'll just name this column as rank. Now, in order to find the rank of Ava, I'll do the same. And then the value is present in G3 and the range is G2 and G3. And I'll hit enter. So as you can see, Dave is first rank and Ava is second rank. So I hope you guys are clear with this. Okay, so now moving on towards the next example, which is the COUNTIF function. The COUNTIF function counts the cells based on some given condition. It will return the number of cells that satisfy some condition in a given range. To show you guys the syntax of this function, I'll just write down the function, that is COUNTIF. So as you can see, it takes two parameters, which is range and criteria. Range is basically all the cells that you want to look into, and the criteria is the condition that they have to satisfy. So I'll just select all the cells over here. And the criteria is going to be if the values are greater than 70. So as you can see, it has returned 10 as the output, which means 10 cells contain values that are greater than 70. So now moving on towards the last function that I'm going to be discussing in this session, which is the index function. The index function returns a value or cell reference at some particular position in a specified range. The index function can be used in two forms. The first is the array form. In this form, if both the row and the column number are supplied, it returns the value that is present at the intersection of both the cells. If the column value is set to 0, it will return the values present in the entire row in the specified range. In case of the reference form, the index function returns the reference of the cell where the row and the column values intersect. Area number will indicate the range which is to be used in case multiple ranges have been supplied. So just to show you guys some example of this, I'll specify the array to be between A3 and I3. And for the row and column values, I'll just say 2, 3. You can give any values of your choice. These are just some random values. So as you can see, the value that is present in the second row and the third column in this table is 85. So I hope you guys are clear with this.
Now we will discuss about the top 20 Excel formulas. These are the top 20 Excel formulas which we will be discussing today. Let's get started with the first function, sum. Excel sum function adds up a range of numbers or values. It is one of the most commonly used functions and it's required for performing basic arithmetic operations and totaling data in spreadsheet. Now, with an example we will try. I have given your quantity, price, total amount. We'll use the sum formula for the total amount. Let's calculate the total amount using the sum formula. I'll just give an is equals to sign and type the sum. So, number 1 and number 2 is the total numbers which you are going to add up from C3 to C5. Then give an enter. See, the output is displayed here. It is 700 after totaling the total amounts here. And the formula is displayed in the formula bar, which is sum. This formula is used to add up the numbers in cells. To calculate the sum of multiple set of data, use the sum function with individual numbers or additional range. Next is the percentage function. To calculate the percentage value, I will add two random values. So I will just add here, give a random value as 5 and here as 8. 5 will represent the path value and 8 will represent the total value. Now select a cell where you want the result to be displayed, and when you type that, just type an equal to sign and select the cell and divide it. Now you will get this answer. So just go to numbers and click on percentage. This is the percentage of these two numbers. This is how you will perform percentage function using the percentage formula which is displayed in the formula bar. Next is the if function. With conditional logic, you can specify different action depending on whether or not a specific condition is met. An Excel if function makes it possible. The if function evaluates a condition and returns a particular value if it is true. It will return a different value if the condition is false. Now let's try with an example. I'll give a random values like 8 and 4 and I've used the if formula to check the answer. Logical test is 4 because we are testing if 4 is greater than 8. Then, if the condition is true, it will return as S. If the condition is false, it will return as no. See, it has written no because since 4 is not greater than 8, so it is written no. And the formula of if is displayed in the formula bar. Moving on, we have average function. One of the simplest method is to use Excel built-in average function. The average function in Excel is frequently used to calculate the average such as test score, sales figure and so on. It is a tool for data analysis and reporting. Now, we'll find out the average for the total sales. I've already given an example here. So, we will see how the average formula works. For your understanding, I'll just put average here. It starts with an equal to sign. Average. We'll ask the numbers, number 1 and number 2. Now we are calculating the sales. I have given the sales value and press enter. See, the average of the total sales is 399. This is how you will calculate the average using the average formula in Excel sheet. Next is the count. The count function in Excel counts the number of cells in a range that contains number. It excludes empty cell that have text or any other error. For example, I have given the roll number and the test marks. Now let's perform the count formula. Is equals to count. Click on count and values. I'll just click the entire table. I'll select this entire table and click enter. See, the answer is 6 because it will count only the values and the numbers. It will exclude the text. This is how count formula has been worked. Next is the COUNTIF function. The COUNTIF function in Excel counts the number of non-empty cells in a range. It counts cells with any type of data such as numbers, text, logical values, errors and non-empty strings. Now, with the same example, I will try with COUNTIF formula. The COUNTIF formula starts with a equal to sign and count A. So, I am choosing the entire table. Press enter. See, the value is 8 because it will count even the text. So, the value is 8. This is how we will perform COUNTIF formula. Next is the COUNTIF function. The COUNTIF function in Excel counts the number of cells in a range that meets a specific condition. It enables you to specify a criteria and then count the number of cells in a range that meets that criteria. So, as you can see, I have already given an example here. The student's roll number, test 1 marks, test 2 marks and test 3 marks. So, let's try out with the formula. It starts with an equal to sign, count, if. COUNTIF have range. This is a set of cells in which you want to apply the criteria. So, select the entire table. Then you have criteria. Criteria is nothing but the condition that you want to apply to the range. So, I'll give as greater than 70. Give enter. See, the result is given here, 5. We have given greater than 70. So, it will show the marks which are greater than 70. So, you can see there are 5 marks which are greater than 70. This is the formula which you use for COUNTIF, and the formula is given in the formula bar. Next, we have index. Excel index function returns a value of cells in a given row and column of a range. It is especially useful when retrieving data from a table or arrays. So, with the same example, I will use the index formula. Index. Array. This represents a range or array from which you want to retrieve a value. So, choose the entire table. Then, row number. This is a row number in an array from which you want to retrieve the value. So, I'll give the row value as 3. Then, column. The same way works with the column. So, I'll give the column value also as 3 and give enter. See, 78. I'll be using the index formula. I will choose the array, the entire table, with the row value as 3 and the column value as 3, and the index value will be 78. This is how an index formula works. You can see, right, the row 3 and the column 3 value is 78. That's the reason we have got the answer as 78 using the index formula. Next is finding the grade. To find the grade based on the score in Excel, use the if function to apply various conditions and return an appropriate grade. This formula evaluates each score in the column and assigns the appropriate grade based on the condition specified. Now, there are test marks here and we'll find grade for them. We are using the if function. If, and the logical test will be the marks greater than 70. If it's greater than 70, the grade will be A. And we are using if again, and the logical test the same marks. If it's greater than 40 this time. If it's greater than 40, the grade will be B. Otherwise, the grade will be F. Press enter. See, the grade is B because it is greater than 40. So, for your example, let's try out with 70 also. Is equals to if logical test the marks greater than 70. If it's greater than 70, it have to give you A. Again, if function we are using the marks. If it's greater than 40, it have to give you B grade. Otherwise, F. See, it's given you A grade because it is greater than 70. This is how we are finding the grade. Next, we have the len. The len function in Excel counts the number of characters in a text string. It is especially useful for calculating the length of a text, including the space and markup. Now, let's try with an example. I'll just type your hello world. And for your reference, I'll just type your len. And the formula is equals to len and text. Text is this box. Just click enter. See, the answer is displayed as 12. The formula will return the number of characters in a text string hello world, which is 12 characters. It will also count the space. So, it is 12. Now, you know how the len formula works. Next is the SUMIF function. The SUMIF function in Excel is used to add up the values in a range that meets a specific criteria. It's let you to specify a range to evaluate, criteria to apply,
and the range of values to sum. So I have given here the car names and the numbers and their values in this. This is an example. So I will take a random car name which is Honda and use the SUMIF formula to calculate the value of Honda. To calculate the value, we are using SUMIF formula. SUMIF. So it will ask range. This is a range of cells you want to compare to the criteria. So select the car names. Then you have criteria. This is a condition or criteria you intend to apply to the range. So I'll select Honda. Then you have sum range. This is a range of cells containing the values you want to add. So select the values. Press enter. See, 666 is the value of Honda. We have two Hondas here. They have added up these two numbers and given the answer as 666. This is how we are using SUMIF formula to find out the values. When we added the value of sum range, which is Honda, we have got 666 as the result. Next we have left. The left function in Excel extracts a specific numbers of characters from the left side of the text string. It's especially useful for removing specific parts of a text string such as name, codes and IDs. Now let us use the left formula. I'll just type here left for your reference, and the formula is equals to left. The constraints are text. This is a text string from which you wish to extract the characters. I'll choose this. Then you have number character. This is the number of characters which you like to extract from the left side of the text string. So I'll just give 3. Press enter. See, it have extracted only 3 numbers from the left side. This is how the left function works. And the formula is displayed in the formula bar. Moving on, we have right. The right function in Excel extracts a specific numbers of characters from the right side of the text string. It's especially helpful for removing parts of text string such as file extension, codes and IDs. So, we will try with an example. I'll just type here right. So, the formula for right is equals to right, and the text is the number which you want to choose, and the number character is I'll give 2 to extract only 2 numbers from the right side. Press enter. See, the answer is here 77. It is extracted from this number 77 which is in the right side using the right formula. Next is the trim. The trim function in Excel removes extra space from text, leaving only single space between words and no leading or extra spaces. It's especially useful while dealing with text imported from other source because it standardizes the text. So let's try with an example. I'll just try a sentence. Now you can see, right? I have typed a sentence and there are many spaces in between. So let's give many spaces for your example. So we are using the trim function. The trim formula will be is equals to trim and text. This is the text string from which you want to remove extra space. So select this and give enter. See, the spaces are being removed. You can see the difference in the two sentences, right? This is how the spaces are being removed. We are using the trim formula to eliminate the extra space between. Everything happens for a reason. The formula is given in the formula bar. This is how the trim function works. Moving on, we have min function. The min function in Excel is used to find the smallest value in a list of numbers or range of cells. It returns a minimum value within the specified range. So, I have already given an example here. So, I have added the student's name and their marks obtained. So, let's try with the min formula. I'll just type here min for your reference. The min formula starts with an is equals to sign. Then min. So, there is number 1 and number 2 parameters. These are the numbers, cell references or range from which you wish to obtain the minimum value. So, select all the values and press enter. See, the answer is displayed here. This is the minimum value in this all the 3 values. So, with the use of minimum formula, we are obtaining the minimum number. So, we have included the names of the students and their marks in the Excel sheet. We will then utilize the min formula to determine the minimum marks that we have earned. Now we have understood how to do the minimum formula, right? Now let's move on to the next one. Moving on, we have max. The max function in Excel is used to find the highest value in the collection of numbers or range of cells. It returns the maximum value within the specified range. So, with the same example, let's find out the maximum value. So, I'll just type your max, and the formula starts with an is equals to sign, max max. The same way, the numbers, we will select all these numbers from C3 to C5, then press enter. See, you have got the output, which is 89. This is the maximum value in all these three. In the Excel sheet, we have listed the student's name and the marks. Next, we are applying the maximum formula to address the student's maximum marks achieved. So, you can understand, right? The formula is here. Using this formula, we have found out the maximum value. Next is concatenate. Excel concatenate function combines or concatenates multiple strings or cell values into a single string. It is especially useful for combining text strings such as first and last names or creating dynamic text strings. Now, I have given an example here, the same example, names of the students and marks, and let's use the concatenate formula to work out. So, I'll just type here concat for your reference. And the formula starts with an is equals to sign, concat. So, text. Text is nothing but the entire table. We are choosing the entire table to concat, which will combine or concatenate multiple files. Press enter. You can see, right, the answer is displayed here, which it has combined everything together. This is what concatenate does. And the formula is displayed in the formula bar. The concat formula is used to combine or concatenate multiple strings or cell values into a single string. That is what we have done here. You can see the example, right? This is how it is worked out. Next, we have HLOOKUP. In Excel, the HLOOKUP function searches for a value in the top row of a table or range of cells and returns the value from the specified row. It's basically the horizontal version of VLOOKUP function. So, for example, I have given people name and their email ID and their salary. We will search for a single person using the HLOOKUP formula. The formula starts with an is equals to sign. Then type HLOOKUP. It will ask for lookup value. This lookup value is nothing but the value you wanted to search from the table top row. So, we are searching for name, right? So, click on name. Then you have table array. This is a range of cells that makes up the table. The first row of the range contains the values to be searched, while the following rows contains the data to be returned. So, choose the entire table. Then you have row index. This is a row numbers in the table array from which you wish to retrieve data. So, the second row, right? Choose the number 2 because we are retrieving data from the second row for name Anu. Then we have range lookup. Give as false because it will give an exact match. If you're giving true, it will give an appropriate match. So, press enter. See, the output is displayed here, which is Anu. The formula is given here. Same way, we'll try with an email and salary. Is equals to sign, HLOOKUP. Then lookup value is email. We are searching for email, right? Give that. And table array is the entire table. Then row index is 2, right? Give us 2. And range lookup is false. See, Anu email ID is displayed here. Then we'll try for salary. Is equals to lookup. Then lookup value is salary we are searching, right? So, it will be D3. Then table array, entire table, row index is 2, right? Then lookup is false. See, the salary of Anu is displayed here. Now, we have classified a single person's name, email address and salary using the lookup formula. The name you wish to add is represented by the lookup value. The entire table is represented by the table array and the row number, which is 2, is indicated by the row index number. False is the range lookup. Now you have a basic understanding, right? Using the lookup formula, how you can find the name, email address and their salary. Followed by we have VLOOKUP. In Excel, the VLOOKUP function searches for a value in the first column of a table or range of cells and return the value from that specified column in the same row. This is one of the most commonly used vertical lookup function in Excel. So with the same example, let's try for VLOOKUP. For HLOOKUP, we took the name as Anu, and for VLOOKUP, we'll take the name as Lily. So, lookup value. This is the value you want to search from the table first column. So, I'll take as Lily and table array. This is a range of cells that make up the table. The first column of this range contains the values to be searched, while the following columns contains the data to be returned. So, the entire table. Select the entire table for table array. Then column index. This is a column number in the table array from which you wish to retrieve data. So, name right, type as 1, column as 1. Then, range lookup, as you all know, it's false for giving an exact match. See, the output is given here, Lily. This is what we search for, right? So, output is here, using the VLOOKUP formula which is displayed in the formula bar. Same way, we will try for email. Is equals to VLOOKUP. Lookup value is Lily, right? Then table array, the entire table. Then column index is second column. The emails are there, so put as 2. Then range lookup, false. See, the output is displayed here. Same way, we'll try for salary. Lookup value, then table array, entire table. Column index will be 3, right? Because the salaries are in 3. That means in third column. Then false. See, Lily's salary is displayed here. This is how you work out with VLOOKUP formula. The VLOOKUP formula we use to classify the name, email address and salary of a single individual. The table array represents the entire table. The column index number indicates the column number. And the VLOOKUP value represents the name you wanted to add. The range lookup is false for an exact match. I hope you have understood the VLOOKUP formula. Lastly, we have date and day. The date function can be used to generate a date from its components. For working out this formula, I'll use the formula bar. Type in is equals to sign, date. Date have 3 constraints. So, the year, I'll just give a random year. Then month as 08 and day as 4. So, give enter. See, the answer is displayed in an Excel sheet. I'm using the formula bar to display the answer in the Excel sheet. Now you can see, no, the answer is being displayed. This is how we are using the date formula. So, for an example, just give -2. See, it has minus the 2 dates and given me the answer. Next, we will try with the day formula. Day formula starts with an is equals to sign and day. Day is just a serial number. Just choose the serial number and click enter. See, the output is displayed here. The day is 2, right? The same day is displayed here. This is how date and day function works. Now you can see, right? The date formula is displayed here and the day formula has also been displayed here. This is how date and day formula works. With this, we have come to an end of the top 20 Excel formulas. I hope you have understood. Now, let's move on to the benefits of learning Excel formulas. For those who are thinking about learning Excel formulas, in a recent survey, more than 90% of employees stated that Excel formulas are essential to their job. Let's see the reasons. First one is, it makes your job easier. Improving your skill set is always an added benefit. Then, better at organizing data, making you a valuable employee to the company. Lastly, increases efficiency and productivity. Finally, we'll move to the conclusion. Excel is a highly effective spreadsheet application for data analysis and reporting. Excel formula and function that will help you allow to complete your task more quickly and efficiently. We examine numerical, text and advanced Excel formulas and functions. Excel knowledge helps shape many careers.
So moving on towards the first topic of this session, which is what exactly is VLOOKUP in Excel. VLOOKUP is a built-in function that is used to look up and fetch specific data from an Excel sheet. The V stands for vertical, and in order to use the VLOOKUP function in Excel, the data must be arranged vertically. This function comes in very handy when you have a huge amount of data and would be practically impossible to manually search for some specific data. Okay, so how does this function work? The VLOOKUP function basically takes a value that is the lookup value and starts to search for it in the leftmost column. When the first occurrence of the lookup value is found, it starts to move towards the right in that row and returns the value from the column that you specify. As I've already mentioned earlier, this function can be used to return both exact as well as approximate matches. However, the default match is approximate match. Okay, so just to show you guys the syntax of this function, I'll jump on to Excel, and in this function bar over here, I'll just type an equal to sign, and then I'll type out VLOOKUP. Okay, so as you can see over here, the VLOOKUP function takes 4 parameters, that is the lookup value, the table array, the column index number, and the range lookup, which is an optional parameter. Lookup value is the value to be looked out for in the first column of the given table. Table index points to the table from which the data is to be fetched. Column index number is the column from which the value is to be retrieved. Range lookup is a logical value that determines if the lookup value should be a perfect match or an approximate match. True will find the closest match and false will check for an exact match. Okay, so getting back towards our presentation. So now let's take a closer look at the exact and the approximate matches. An exact match tells Excel to return a value from the specified table that corresponds to an exact match of the given value. The approximate match, on the other hand, allows you to retrieve values even when you do not have an exact match for the lookup value. When you want the VLOOKUP function to look for an exact match, you will have to set the range lookup value to false. On the other hand, to make VLOOKUP look for an approximate match, you will need to set the range lookup value to true. Okay, so now let's get back to Excel and see how this actually works. Okay, so as you can see, I've created a table with employee names and IDs along with their designations and salaries. So like I've already told you guys, the VLOOKUP function starts to look for a match of the given lookup value in the first or the leftmost column of this table. Okay, so I'll just select some cell over here. And the first thing that I'll have to do is type in the equal to sign. I hope you guys are aware that before writing any formula or function in Excel, you'll have to type in the equal to sign. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is type in the VLOOKUP function, and then I'll pass some reference lookup value. Say I'll pass in the ID as 103. Next, I should pass in the table array. So basically the table values starting from A2 and goes on till D10. Okay, so the next parameter is the column index number. Now this basically will be the column from which I want the data to be retrieved. So let me just retrieve the salary of this person. So I'll just say column number 4. Now the first example that I'll be showing over here is for an exact match. So therefore the range lookup value will be false. Okay, so as you can see over here, the salary of the employee having the ID as 103 is $1,300. So what exactly VLOOKUP is doing over here is, it starts to look for 103 in this column, and when it reaches 103, it moves towards the right. And it will go on till that column which you've specified in the column index value that you've given over here. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So to show you guys another example, what I'm going to do is type in the same function over here. And this time I'll pass some other ID, say 104. And the table index is going to be the same again. And the column this time I'll give as 3. And since it's an exact match, I'll type in false. Okay, so I hope you guys are clear with this. Now to show you guys an example of the approximate match, I've created another table over here which contains the marks, the grades, and the class to which they belong. So in order to find an approximate match between these values, what I'm going to do is use the VLOOKUP function along with the range lookup value as true. So first I'll type in VLOOKUP, and then the lookup value this time, I'll specify some value between this range over here. So for example, I'll say 55, and the table is going to be from A to C4. I'll specify the column to be 2, and since this is going to be an approximate match, I'll type in the Boolean value as true. So as you can see, the VLOOKUP function has returned C as the grade for marks being 55. Now what exactly VLOOKUP is doing over here is, it starts to look for an approximate match and stops at the next largest value that is smaller than the lookup value that you've given to it. It will start from here and it will stop at the next largest value. So my next largest value for 55 is 40 itself. So it will start from the beginning of the column, it will stop at 40, and then it will move towards the right. So I hope you guys have understood this. Now to show you guys another example, what I'm going to do is change the value from 55 to say 75. So as you can see, it has started from the leftmost column, moved downwards, and it has stopped at 60, which is the next largest value of the specified lookup value. Okay, so I hope you guys are clear with this. So now let's get back to our presentation and see how VLOOKUP behaves when you have multiple lookup values in a given column. So in case you have a table that consists of multiple lookup values, the VLOOKUP stops at the first match of it and retrieves the value from that row in the specified column. So for example, let me get back to Excel and I'll open up sheet 1. Okay, so as you can see over here, I have two values as 105 in the leftmost column. Now, if I specify the lookup value to be 105, what VLOOKUP will do is start from the beginning, move downwards, and it will stop at the first match of 105, and then it will start to move towards the right of this column. Okay, so just to show you all that, what I'm going to do is erase this value from here. Instead of 104, I'll just type in 105 as the value. Okay, so as you can see, the first match of 105 is for an employee named Leo and the designation being Hadoop admin. So I hope you guys have understood this. So now moving on towards the next topic, which is case sensitivity of the VLOOKUP function. VLOOKUP function is case insensitive. So for example, if you have a lookup value that is in uppercase and the value present in the table in the first occurrence is in small case, the VLOOKUP function will still fetch the value from the row in which the value is present. Okay, so as you can see on the screen, I have two values with the name as Rafa. So the first thing that I'll be doing over here is swap these two columns. So now to do that, I'll just select this column, I'll hold down the shift key, and then by pressing down the left click, I'll just shift that column over here. Okay, so now my leftmost column contains the names of all the employees. So now for the example of case sensitivity, I'll make use of the VLOOKUP function again. I'll specify the lookup value to be as Rafa in caps, and my table will be from A2 to D10. I'll give some random column index value, say 4, and I'll use false since it is for an exact match. Okay, so as you all can see on the screen, I've specified RAFA in caps, and the first occurrence of Rafa is not in caps, but the VLOOKUP function has returned 900 as the value, which is the value for the first occurrence of Rafa. So I hope you guys have understood this. So now let's get back to our presentation. Okay, so now let's move on towards our next topic, which is something we all encounter, and that is nothing but errors. It is natural to encounter errors whenever you make use of any function. And similarly, you can encounter errors when you're using the VLOOKUP function as well. Some of the common errors that you'll face while using the VLOOKUP function are the name error, the not available error, the reference error, and value error. Name error basically is to inform you guys that you've made some mistake in the syntax. Not available error is returned in case no match is found for a given lookup value. The reference error is basically encountered when you give a reference to a column that is not available in the table. And the value error is encountered when you place wrong values to the parameters or miss some compulsory parameters. Okay, so now let's get back to Excel and take a deep look at each of these. So first, talking about the name error. Like I've already told you guys, the name error informs you that you've made a mistake in the syntax. To avoid syntactical errors, it's better to use the function wizard provided by Excel for every function. This function wizard helps you with the information regarding every parameter and the type of values that you need to enter. To open up the function wizard, simply click on the f of x button present over here. So I'll just erase all these values. Okay, so as you can see, Excel is providing information about each parameter that you have to enter. So according to Excel, lookup value can be any value, and it is the value that is to be found in the first column of the table. So for now, I'll just close this function wizard over here. I'll select a new cell and I'll make use of the VLOOKUP function again. Okay, so now I have names or string values present in the first column of my table. Okay, so I'll not specify these string values within quotes. Specify the table array and the column to be 3. The value I'll specify as false. Okay, so as you can see, I've not given this within quotes, and now I'll hit enter. So as you can see over here, I've encountered a name error. Excel also gives you information about this. The moment you encounter any error, Excel provides a drop-down list in order to help you out to debug this error. So what I'm going to do is open up the function wizard, and over here, I'll just specify this within quotes. Okay, so I hope you all have noticed, before entering the lookup value within quotes, the function wizard was showing a name error in red over here. So as soon as I put this within quotes, the error has gone. Okay, so now I'll click on OK. So as you can see, the error has been debugged. Okay, so the next error that we were talking about is the not available error. So in case I specify some name that is not present in the table, say for example, Loris, and I hit enter. So as you can see, Excel has returned an error saying not available. So the next error that we spoke about was the reference error. So I'll just change this value from here. I'll say Sergio. And like I've already told you all, the reference error is encountered when you give a reference to a column that is not available in that table. So let me just change the column index value from 3 to 7 and hit enter. So as you can see, column number 7 is not present in my table, and therefore I've encountered a reference error. So the last thing we spoke about was the value error. Now this error, like I've already told you, is encountered when you place wrong values to parameters or miss some compulsory parameters. So let me just change the values from here. I'll change this to 3 again. And I'm not going to specify the first parameter. And I'll hit enter. Okay, so I hope you guys are clear with this. So now let's move on towards the next topic, which is two-way lookup. Two-way lookup refers to fetching a value from a two-dimensional table from any cell of the reference table. In order to perform a two-way lookup using VLOOKUP, you will need to use the match function along with it. Okay, so I'll just get back to Excel. And the first thing that I'm going to do over here is not use hard-coded values. Instead, I'll be using reference to some cell. So in this cell over here, I'll just type in some name. I'll say Ivan. And over here, I'll just specify as salary. Okay, so now I want the VLOOKUP function to fetch the salary value of Ivan. So like I've already told you all, in order to perform a two-way lookup, I'll have to use the VLOOKUP function along with the match function. So the first thing that I'm going to do over here is type in the equal to sign followed by VLOOKUP. And like I've already told you all, I'll not be using hard-coded values. Instead, I'll be using the cell reference. So I'll use the cell reference of H6, which is Ivan. And the next is the table array that is going to start from A1 to D10. Okay, so now I'll be doing something very interesting, that is making use of the match function. So the match function basically takes three parameters. The first is the lookup value. Now this value is the value to be searched for. The lookup array is the range of cells that consist of the lookup values, and the match type can be any number that is 0, 1 or -1, representing an exact match, less than or greater than respectively. Okay, so the first value of this parameter is going to be I5, and the lookup array will be from A1 to D1. And since I want it to be an exact match, I'll type in 0 followed by false as the last parameter of the VLOOKUP function. So as you can see, the salary for the employee Ivan is $800. So now what will happen in case I change the value of any of these two values present over here? So I'll just change from salary to designation and see what happens. Okay, so as you can see, the moment I change the value of I5, VLOOKUP has also updated the output. So similarly, if I change the value of Ivan, say for example, I'll change it to Sergio. So as you can see over here, if I change any of these values, the output is being updated. Now, instead of typing in all the values each time and changing them manually, what you can also do is create a drop-down list over here. To create a drop-down menu, click on Data, and from the Data Tools group, select Data Validation. Okay, so from the Settings pane over here, select List, and for the source of the list, I'm going to give in all the names that are present over here. And then I'll click on OK. So as you can see, I've created a drop-down list with all the employee names present over here. So if I change any of these, the value is going to be updated accordingly. Similarly, I can also create a list over here. So I'll just go to Data, and then from Data Tools, I'll go to Data Validation, and from Settings, I'll select List. And for the source, I'll specify the name, ID, designation, and salary. And then I'll hit OK. Okay, so I hope you guys are clear with this. So now moving on towards something very interesting, which is making use of wildcards in VLOOKUP. In case you do not know exact lookup value but only a part of it, you can make use of wildcards. In Excel, the star symbol represents a wildcard character. This symbol informs Excel that the sequence that comes before, after, or between must be searched for, and there can be any number of characters before or after them. Okay, so for example, let me get back to my Excel sheet. So the first thing that I'm going to do over here is type in some sequence, let's say ERG, and over here, I'll make use of the VLOOKUP function. Okay, so instead of typing in the whole name, what I'm going to do is make use of wildcard characters. So that is star or the asterisk symbol, followed by the ampersand symbol, and then I'll type in the cell reference, which is F12, an ampersand symbol again, and then the star sign. Next, I'll have to specify the table array, the column from which I have to retrieve the value, and the range lookup. So as you can see over here, ERG is present for the name Sergio. It has a number of characters present before and after that. Okay, so I hope you guys are clear with this. So now let's move on towards the last topic of this session, which is multiple lookup tables. In case you have multiple lookup tables, you can use the if function along with the VLOOKUP function in order to look into either of the tables based on some given condition. Okay, so as you can see on the screen, I've already created 3 tables over here. Now the main table contains data of 2 stores, that is store 1 and store 2, and the sales and the profit of each of these stores. Now for each of these stores, I have 2 tables which contains the sales marked with the profits. Now what I'm going to do over here is create named ranges for these 2 tables. To create a named range, select the table. From the ribbon tab, click on Formulas. And from this Defined Names group over here, click on Define Name. Okay, so the name I'll provide over here is Table 1, and then I'll click on OK. So the name of this table is Table 1. Similarly, I'll create a name for this table as well, and I'll just name it as Table 2. So now, all I have to do is click on this cell over here, and to calculate the profit, I'll make use of the VLOOKUP function. And the first parameter will be the sales that is present over here. So in this case, it's going to be C2, and then comes in the if function. So the if function is basically going to check if it is store 1 or store 2, and if it is store 1, it will return table 1, and if it is store 2, it's going to return table 2 as the output. So I'll just say if the value of B2 is equal to store 1. And if this is true, I'll make use of table 1, else I'll make use of table 2. Okay, so I hope you're clear with that. The value to be retrieved is the profit, which is in column 2, so I'll specify 2. And then I want it to be an approximate match, so I'll specify true as the range parameter. Okay, so I hope you're clear with that. So as you can see, for the sales of $400 and store 1, the profit value is 70, and therefore VLOOKUP has fetched 70 from this table. So in order to calculate the profit of all these values over here, all I'm going to do is copy this formula. Okay, so I hope you all are clear with this. This not applicable error is because I do not have any value corresponding to 200 in the store 2 table. Let's move on towards our first topic, which is what exactly are pivot tables in Excel. A pivot table in Excel is a statistical table that condenses the data of those tables that have extensive information. The summary can be based on any field such as sales, averages, sums, etc. that the pivot table represents in a simple and intelligent manner. So moving on towards the features of pivot tables, Excel pivot tables have a number of remarkable features such as they display the exact data that you want to analyze. The data can be viewed from various angles. You can focus on any section of the data according to your requirements. Also, they make data comparison very easy, and pivot tables can detect different patterns, relationships, data trends, etc. Pivot tables also allow you to create instant data and also create accurate reports. So now that you're aware of what are Excel pivot tables, let's move on and see how you can actually prepare the data in order to create them. Before you actually start creating a pivot table, you will need to jot down the data for which you intend to create tables. So in order to create a table for this purpose, keep the following points in mind. The data must be arranged into rows and columns. The first row should have a short and a unique heading for every column. columns should hold only a single type of data and the rows should contain the data for a single recording. There should be no blank rows or completely blank columns. Also, keep in mind to separate the table data from other data that is present on your sheet. So for example, let me jump on to my Excel sheet and show you all the data that I've created. Okay, so as you can see on the screen, I've created a table that holds different information regarding the sales of fruits in different cities by various individuals along with its amount. There are no empty rows or columns in the table, and the first row has unique names for every column, that is the order ID, the date, name, etc. Also, please make a note that the columns contain the same type of data, that is for IDs, dates, names, etc. So now that our data is ready, let's move on and see how to create pivot tables using this data. So in order to create pivot tables for your data, all you have to do is select the data and then from the Insert tab, select Pivot Tables option. Okay, so now let me jump on to Excel and show you all how to do this. Okay, so the first thing that I'm going to do over here is select this data. And then from this Insert tab, I'll click on Pivot Tables. So as you can see, it shows me the range that I've selected. And also I have two options over here, that is new workbook or the existing worksheet. So what I'm going to choose is the existing worksheet. And then I'll select some cell as the location of this. And then I'll click on OK. Okay, so as you can see over here, an empty pivot table has been created for my data. Also, as you can see over here, a pivot table fields pane has opened, using which I can manipulate the data of my pivot tables. So this pane basically provides four options, that is filters, columns, rows, and the values. Filters allow you to filter out the data based on some criteria. Columns will represent the fields that you want to place in the columns. And similarly, rows will represent the fields that you want to replace in the rows. The values field can be used only for figures that are present in the table. Also, as you can notice over here, all the fields that are present in your table will be represented as a list in the pivot tables field pane. So now, in case you want to add any of these fields to these categories, all you have to do is select that field and drag it down to the area where you want to place it. So I'll just place the names in rows and I'll place the items in the columns. Also, I'll place the amount in the values section and I'll place city to be the filters. So I hope everyone's clear with this. So as you can see over here, a pivot table has been created. So this basically is a two-dimensional pivot table with the rows being the vendor names and the items as columns. Therefore, this table shows what each vendor has sold and the amount obtained by each of them. The final column shows the amount of each vendor and the last row shows the total amount for each item. So I hope everyone's clear till here. Now if you wish to create a one-dimensional pivot table, all you have to do is either keep the columns or the rows. So what I'm going to do is just remove the columns. So as you can see over here, I have a one-dimensional pivot table that has been created. So now let me put items back to columns. So now let's move on and see how you can filter the data that you require. In case you want to filter out the data of some particular city, so as you can see on the screen, I've chosen the city field to be the base for the filters area. Now in case I want to filter out the statistics for some city, all I have to do is open up this drop-down menu and then select the city that I wish to see. So I'll just select Texas and I'll click on OK. So as you can see, all the data for Texas has been retrieved. So what if you want to change some field present in the pivot table? In order to change the fields present in your pivot tables, all you have to do is drag and drop the fields that you wish to see in any of these four areas. So in case I want to change the rows from the names of vendors to items, all I have to do is drag this names back to this list area over here and drag the items to the rows. Okay, so as you can see, accordingly, my pivot table has changed. Okay, so this is a very important feature of pivot tables, which is pivot tables are dynamic unlike normal tables. So let me just select all cities and then I'll click on OK. So as you can see over here, I have a one-dimensional table that has row labels as the item names and the sum of amount that is shown for each of these items. So now, in case you want to add something in the columns area, all you have to do is drag that field and put it in this columns area over here. So as you can see over here, I have all the items mapped according to the quantities and the grand total of each of them. So in case you want to filter out the cities, like I've already told you all before, open up this drop-down menu and select the city of your choice, then click on OK. So I hope everyone's clear with this. So now moving on towards something very interesting, which is the details of these pivot tables. So in the previous example, you've seen the total amount received by selling the items in each of these cities. In case you want to see the details for each of these statistics displayed, all you have to do is double-click on any of the desired statistic, and then you'll be able to see a new sheet that's created where you will have the details of the table outputs. So let me get back to Excel to show this to you all. So in case I want to see more details about this grand total for apples over here, all I have to do is double-click on the same, and a new sheet will be created for me over here. So as you can see, this table contains all the details of the subtotal. So basically, Brad, Ivan, Chris, Sergio, Roger, and Rafa have sold apples in Texas and New York. Also, I have the quantities and the amounts fetched by each of them. So now let's get back to our original sheet. So now let's move on towards the next topic, which is sorting table data. Excel also allows you to sort the data according to your preferences. So in order to sort the data in ascending or the descending orders, all you have to do is select the row or the column labels, open up the drop-down menu, and select the options as smallest to largest or largest to smallest. Now this is because I have quantities in numerical order. So I'll just say largest to smallest. So as you can see, previously I had it in ascending order, and now I've changed it to the descending order. Let me also show you guys to change the row labels. I'll just sort them from Z to A. So as you can see over here, I've sorted the table according to my preference. Okay, so now let's move on towards something very interesting, which is the value field settings. So in the previous examples, as you all have seen, Excel shows the grand total by summing up the amount for every item. So in case you want to change this in order to see some other figures such as the average, counts, products, etc., all you have to do is right-click on the sum of the amount values and then go to value field settings. So let me get back to Excel. And what I'm going to do over here is right-click on this grand total and then go to value field settings. Over here, I'll just change it from sum to count. Okay, so as you can see, I've changed the grand total from sum to count. I have 20 entries and the total count is also 20. So I hope everyone's clear with this. So now, if you want to see the details of each of these, all you can do is double-click on them, and a new sheet will be created that holds the details of each of these. So as we've seen, I had 3 entries for pineapples, and all the 3 are listed over here along with the vendor names and the city in which they've sold. Also, it gives the quantity and the amount received by each vendor. So now let's move on towards the next topic, which is grouping. Excel allows you to group similar data while creating pivot tables. In order to group some data, simply select that piece of data and then right-click on the same, and then from the list, click on Group option. So let's get back to Excel. So what I'm going to do over here is group pineapples and oranges together. So what I'm going to do is select this, right-click on it, and then click on the Group option. So as you can see over here, Group 1 contains pineapples and oranges. Since bananas and apples are not grouped, it's showing them separately. So in case I want to group them together, all I'm going to do is select them, right-click, and then click on Group. So as you can see, Group 1 contains pineapples and oranges, whereas Group 2 contains bananas and apples. So I hope everyone's clear till here. So in case I don't want to see these individual group objects, all I have to do is collapse the group. Now in order to collapse the group, I'll right-click on it, and then from the Expand or Collapse option, I'll select the Collapse option. So I hope everyone's clear with this. Now to expand it, I should do the same, and then select the Expand option. So moving on, let's see how to add multiple fields to pivot tables. Excel also allows you to add multiple fields to each area present in the pivot tables fields. So in order to add multiple fields, all you have to do is simply drag and drop the desired field in the respective areas. So now let's get back to our Excel sheet. So first let me ungroup these. Okay, so what I'm going to do over here is first open up the pivot tables field pane. And to do that, I'll just right-click anywhere on this table, and I'll click on the Show Field List command. Let me just increase the size of this. Okay, so for example, if you want to see the quantity of items sold in each city, simply drag the quantity field to the rows and the city fields to the columns. Also, let me change this from count to sum again. And I'll hit on OK. So as you can see on the screen, all the items along with the quantities and their amounts in each city has been shown in this pivot table. Similarly, you can also add more fields to any of these areas. So let me just drag the amounts field again to the values area. So as you can see over here, another sum of amount field has been created and Excel has also populated the columns accordingly. Okay, so let me just change this from sum to count again so that it becomes more clear to you all. I'll just put the city fields back to filters. Okay, now my table is much more clear for you all to see. So as you all can see over here, I have two sum of the values fields, one holding the sum of the amount and the second holding the count of each of them. So now let's move on towards something very interesting, that is formatting the pivot table. Excel allows you to format the table in order to make it look better. To do this, all you have to do is select the Design tab present in the ribbon, and from here you can choose any pivot table of your choice. So let me just change the pivot table style. So as you can see over here, I have a differently colored pivot table. Also, I can add banded rows and banded columns as well. So let me just remove banded columns. You can also choose between coloring the row headings or the column headings. In case you want to remove any of these, just unselect them. So I've unselected column headings and all the column headings have been changed to white. So that doesn't look good, so let me select it back again. So in case you don't want to see any of these grand totals, all you have to do is just remove them. So if I select the first option, that is off for rows and columns, both the grand totals present in the last column and the last row will be removed. So before doing that, let me just open up the fields pane and I'll add on item to the columns area. Let me just remove one of these summation values. So now I have a better looking table. I'll just change this from quantity to the names of the vendors. I think that should look better. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is remove the grand total present in the last column and the last row. So I'll just go to grand totals, off for rows and columns. So as you can see, both the last column and the last row have been deleted. Now in case I want to see only one of this, what I'm going to do is select either on for rows only or on for columns only. So let me select it for the columns. So as you can see over here, the grand total has been shown for all these columns. So similarly, there are many more options that you guys can check out for yourself. So now let's move on towards the last topic of this session, which is creating pivot charts using these pivot tables. Pivot charts basically help in visualizing the pivot table data. So in case you want to create a pivot chart for your data, all you have to do is click on this Insert tab present in the ribbon bar and then select the pivot chart option. So before creating a pie chart, what I'm going to do is go to the pivot fields pane again, and over here, I'll just recreate a new pivot table. So I'll just remove the columns and filters, and in the names, and in place of the rows, all I'm going to do is add in the amount. And for the summation value, I'll change it from sum of the amount to count, and I'll click on OK. So what I'm going to do over here is group this data into a particular range. So I'll just right click on this and click on the group option. So I'll start with 200 and I want it to go up till 500 and divide this by 100 each. So as you can see on the screen, I have three groups that have been created, starting from 200 going up till 500 with the difference of 100 each. So now I'll click on Insert and select Pivot Charts. So now let me create a pie graph for this. So as you can see, when I selected the pie option, Excel also provides other options that are present over here. So you can select any of these options of your choice. Okay, let me just keep the basic one and click on OK. So as you can see over here, I've created a pivot chart for my pivot table that's present over here. You can also format this chart by clicking on this Chart Styles option over here, and you can choose any chart of your choice. Okay, so I hope everyone's clear with this. Let's get started. So moving on towards the first topic of the session, which is security. Security is one aspect that we need in every application that we use. Excel provides three levels of security, that is file level security, worksheet level security, and workbook level security. File level security refers to securing your Excel file by making use of password so as to prevent others from opening and modifying your file. So now to show you guys how to enable this file level security, I'll jump onto Excel, and over here from the ribbon tab, I'll click on File and go to Info. From this Protect Workbook drop-down list, I'll select the option of Encrypt with Password. So as you can see over here, Excel opens up a dialog box wherein you'll have to enter a password. So I'll just enter some random password and then I'll click on OK. Re-enter the password as asked and click on OK. So as you can see over here, it says that a password is required to open up this workbook. Now what I'm going to do is just save this and I'll close this file. So now if I try to access this file, Excel will ask me to enter a password. So I'll just open the file again. So as you can see over here, it says I need a password in order to open this file. So I'll just enter the password that I had specified before and I'll click on OK. Okay, so as you can see over here, the file is now open. So there are a few things that you guys have to remember when it comes to passwords. Do not forget your password, as there's no password recovery available in Excel. No restrictions are levied, but Excel passwords are case sensitive. Avoid distributing password protected files with sensitive information such as bank details, and protecting a file with a password will not necessarily protect malicious activities. Avoid sharing your passwords. So now moving on towards the next level security, which is worksheet level. To protect the data present in a worksheet from being modified, you can lock the cells and protect the worksheet. Not just this, you can also selectively allow or disallow access to particular cells of your sheet to various users. Say for example, you have a sheet that contains the details for sales of different products, and every product is handled by different individuals. You can allow each sales staff to modify the details of only that product which he is responsible for and not of the others. Now to do this, all you have to do is first unlock the cells that can be edited by the users and then protect the sheet. So for the first step, all you have to do is select the cells and then open up this font window, click on protection, uncheck the locked option, then click on OK. Now from the review tab, select protect sheet option. From the given list over here, check all the options that you can allow users to manipulate, and optionally you can also enter a password over here. So I'll just give a password and then I'll click on OK. Okay, so I'll have to re-enter the password. So as you can see over here, the command has changed from protect sheet to unprotect sheet, which means the cells of this sheet have been protected. Okay, now in case I have to unprotect this sheet, all I have to do is click on this option and enter the password that I just gave. Remember guys that if you have not specified any password, any of the users can unprotect the sheet by just clicking on this option. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now moving on towards the third level, that is workbook level security. Workbook level security will help prevent other users from adding, deleting, hiding, or renaming your sheets. So just to show this to you guys, I'll just add on one more sheet over here. And then from the review tab, I'll click on this protect workbook option. So as you can see on the screen, a dialog box has opened for me to enter a password. Also, it's mentioned that this is optional. So if you do not specify any password, any user who wants to unprotect the sheet will just have to click on the protect workbook command again. Okay, so I'll just enter a password and click on OK. So as you can see over here, I've protected my sheet, and when I right click on any of these sheets, all the options such as insert, delete, rename, move or copy, tag and unhide have been unselected, which means I cannot do this anymore. See that this protect workbook command has been highlighted, which means that this workbook has. Now in case you have to unprotect this workbook, all you have to do is click on this command and re-enter the password that you've just given. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now moving on towards the next topic of this session, which is MS Excel themes. Excel provides a number of document themes to help you create formal documents. Using these themes, it will be very easy for you to harmonize different fonts, colors, or graphics. You also have an option to either change the complete theme or just the colors, fonts, etc. according to your choice. So using the MS Excel themes, standard colored themes, create your theme, modify the fonts of themes, change effects, and also save your customized themes. So now let's get back to Excel and see how this works. Be present in this page layout tab. So I'll click on page layout, and from here, the color of this theme, I'll just open up the colors drop down list and I'll select some different color. As you can see over here, the color of this chart has changed. Now in case you want to customize your own colors, all you have to do is open this drop down list and click on this Customize Colors option. Here, you can choose any color of your choice. So as you can see, all the changes you make will be reflected over here. If I want to change the color of the links, I'll change it to red. You can see this. The color of the links over here has changed. So in case I have any links in my Excel sheet, it will be reflected in this red color. Not just this, you also have an option called as More, using which you can customize your own colors. Once you're done with that, just click on OK, and you will see the changes are reflected in this sample pane over here. Excel also allows you to save your theme. So just give some name to your theme. I'll say theme 1, and I'll click on save. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now coming towards fonts. Just like how you could change the theme colors, Excel also allows you to change the fonts. Now to do this, just go to the Page Layout tab again and open up the Fonts drop-down list. From here, you can choose any font of your choice. Not just this, you can also customize your own fonts for the headings and the body. I'll choose some random fonts over here. And then I'll save it with some name. I'll say Font Style 1. And I'll click on Save. Okay, so as you can see on the screen, the fonts have changed accordingly. Apart from all this, Excel also provides a huge set of theme effects such as lines, shadows, reflections, etc. that you can add on. To add effects, all you have to effects drop-down list present in Page Layout and choose any effect of your choice. So one final thing that I want to tell you guys is, you can also save your customized theme. To save your current theme, click on the Themes list over here, and then click on the Save Current Theme option. Please make a note that the theme you save will be saved in the Document Themes folder of your local drive in the .thmx format. Just click on Save. For now, I'll just cancel this. So the next time you'll have to make use of the theme, you'll have to just go to the local folder and choose the theme of your choice. So now moving on towards the next topic of the session, which is templates. A template in general is a pattern or a model that forms the base for something. Help you increase your production rates as they help you save time and effort to create your documents. Now, in order to make use of the Excel templates, all you have to do is click on File, and over here, choose New. Okay, I see that Excel provides a number of templates such as the investment tracker, the season, etc. You can choose any template of your choice, and you will see that your workbook will be of that pattern. So now moving on towards the next topic, which is graphics. Unlike what many people think, Excel does not just allow you to play around with data, to add graphics to it. So to add graphics to your Excel sheet, all you have to do is click on the Insert tab. Here you can choose any graphic of your choice. So let me just go to Illustrations and choose some shapes. So I'll draw a square over here. So as you can see over here, I've added a shape to my Excel sheet. In case I want to format this shape, all I have to do, and from here, I can choose any fill color that I want, any outline. So for now, I'll just say no outline. And let me give some shape effect. So as you can see over here, I have a shadow. I've changed the color of this, and also I've removed the outline of this shape. That you guys can check out for yourself. So similarly, you can also add in images, icons, smart arts, etc. to your documents. So now moving on towards the next topic of this session, which is printing options. Excel sheets provide a number of options to take. Using these options, you can selectively print your sheet in various ways. Now to open up the Sheet Options pane, all you have to do is click on the Page Layout tab, and from here, open the Page Setup window. From here, click on Sheet, and you will see a number of options that are available to you. The first option, that is Print Area, will allow you to set the area that you need to print. The second option will allow you to set the rows and columns title to appear at the top and towards the left respectively. When you check the Grid Lines option, grid lines will be added to the printout. Black and white will print the document as black and white or in monochrome. The Draft Quality option will allow you to print the sheet using the printer's draft quality, and the row and column headings will allow you to print the row and column headings. So the next area deals with the page order. Down then over will print the down pages first, followed by the right pages, and over then down will print the right pages first and then the down pages. The Page Setup tab also has margins. The unprinted regions along the top down and the left-right sides are referred to as margins. All MS Excel pages have a some border for one page, then the border will be applied to all the pages. That is, you cannot have different margins for each page. So as you can see over here, you can also configure the margin values. So now coming towards the headers and footers. Headers and footers are used to provide some information at the top and at the bottom of a page. A new workbook does not have a header or a footer. In order to add it, all you have to do is open up this pane present in the Page Setup window, and over here, you have a number of options to customize the headers and footers. Once you're done with this, all you have to do is click on the Print Preview option, and you will be able to see how your page will look like when you print it. So as you can see over here, there are many more options that Excel provides, such as the page orientation, landscape or portrait. The portrait orientation is default and prints the page taller than wide. On the other hand, the landscape orientation prints the sheet wider than tall. Selectively, you can also add page breaks to your printouts. So to know more about the Excel printing options, you can check out Edureka's Excel tutorial video that is available on its YouTube. Okay, so now let's move on towards the next very important topic, which is data tables. Data tables in Excel are created to experiment with different values for a formula. You can create both one or two variable data tables in Excel. Data tables are one of the three types of what-if analysis tools available in Excel. So in this advanced tutorial, I'll be showing you guys how to create both one variable and two variable data tables. So as you can see on the screen, I've already prepared some data. Here, I have purchased 16 glasses at the rate of 20 each. So this way, a total of $320 for 16 glasses. Now in case I want to create a one variable data table that will show me the prices for different quantities, all I have to do is copy the value present in some other cell. So I'll just say is equal to B3. So as you can see over here, the value has been copied. Now what I'm going to do is write down different quantities for this item: 16, 17. Series, guys. I'll select this newly created range, the data tab, and then from this what if analysis tools, I'm going to choose data table. You can see over here a new window has opened wherein it's asking me to enter the row input cell. And since I do not have any row input cells, I'll specify the input to be as a column input cell. Since I'm dealing with quantities over here, I'll have to specify the target cell to be B2, and then I'll click on OK. So as you can see over here, I have a data table that has been created of 20 per unit. So there's one thing that's missing over here, which is the dollar. Now to add a dollar sign, what I'm going to do is select all these cells, and then from the Home tab and the Numbers group, I'll click on the dollar symbol. Okay, so I hope you guys are clear with this. So now moving on towards a two variable data table. Just like how we created a one variable data table, we can also create a two variable data table. So now to create a two variable data cell, what I'm going to do is copy this value again. And for the rows, I'll specify some quantities again. And for the columns, I'll specify different price ranges. So once this is done, I'll have to select the range just like before, click on the Data tab, and from the What If Analysis tools, select Data Table. So now, since I have both row input as well as column input, my row input target cell will be B1 and the column input target cell will be B2. And now see over here, a data table has been created for two variable values. Now to add the dollar sign, I'll just select all these cells, click on the Home tab, and select the dollar symbol. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now moving on towards the next topic, which is charts. Charts basically give graphical representation to your data. These charts can visualize numerical values in a very meaningful and easy to understand manner. Charts are a very essential part of Excel, and they are improved greatly with the version of MS Excel. So as you can see on the screen, I already have a table for which I want to create a chart. Okay, so all I'm going to do is select this table. I'll open up the charts pane. also change the design. So now I'll click on OK. So as you can see over here, a chart has been prepared for this table. So Excel will also allow you to filter this chart according to your preferences. So in case I want and not the quantity, all I have to do is just unselect this box. Also, I can selectively configure my charts for particular recordings. Not just this, you can further configure your charts by adding in different types of charts and giving it different colors. So as you can see over here, all the changes I'm making over here are reflected in this chart. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now moving on towards the next topic of this session, which is pivot tables and pivot charts in Excel. A pivot table in Excel is a statistical tables information. These tables help you visualize your data based on any of the fields table. Using these pivot tables, you can visualize your data by changing the fields, add filters, sort your data, etc. So to create a pivot table, select the data for which you intend to create a pivot table. Click on the Insert tab. Click on Pivot Tables. So as you can see over here, it shows me the selected range. An option to create the pivot table in a new worksheet or in the existing worksheet. I'll click worksheet and I'll just give some target cell. See over here, an empty pivot table has been created. Also, the pivot tables field window has opened, which contains all the fields that are available in my table. Now, in case I want to add any of these fields to the columns, rows, values, and filters, all I have to do is drag and drop it in that area. So what I'm going to do is add in the amounts and values. I'll keep city as the filters, name of the vendors in rows, and the name of the item as columns. So as you can see over here, a pivot table has been created accordingly. So in case I want to interchange between the row labels and the column labels, all I have to do is fields in the required places. Okay, so as you can see over here, my pivot table changes when I change these fields. Also, in case you want to see any than the sum, all you have to do is go to the value field settings and choose any of the options that are available over here. So let me just change it from sum to count and I'll click on OK. Okay, so I hope everyone's clear with this. Let me just change it back to sum again. Okay, and then I'll click on OK. So now, in case I want to create a pivot chart for this pivot table, click on this Insert tab. And from the Charts group, I'll click on Pivot Chart. So as you can see, it's a number of pivot charts for me. I'll choose the basic type itself. And I'll choose a different style in this. And then I'll click on OK. So as you can see, your chart has been created for me. Also make a note, guys, that the pivot chart drop-down list for every field that is present in my pivot table. Tables and pivot charts in Excel, pivot tables video of on Edureka's YouTube channel. So now moving on towards the next topic, which is data validation. One of the most important aspects of Excel is data validation. This feature, as the name suggests, allows you to configure the cells of an Excel worksheet to accept some particular type of data. Say, for example, you want certain cells in your sheet to accept only dates. You can do this easily using the data validation feature of Excel. So what I'm going to do is open up a new sheet. So what I'm going to do over here is select a few cells. And I'll make this specific to accept only one type of data. Now to do that, I'll have to go to this Data tab. And from the Data tools, I'll have to select Data Validation. So as you can see over here, I have a number of options. So let me just choose whole numbers. And I'll say whole numbers that are greater than 1. So apart from settings in this data validation window, you have two other options, that is input message and error alert. Now this input message section will allow you to enter a message for the user, giving him some details regarding the acceptable data. So here, I'll just type in message as the title. And I'll say enter whole numbers greater than 1. Okay, let me just copy this and I'll paste the same as an error message. And with little modification, I'll just say please over here. Okay, the error message section will basically inform the user that he has made some mistake in giving the desired input. So let me just give the title as caution and I'll click on OK. So now, if you select any of these cells, you will first see a message asking the user to enter whole numbers that are greater than 1. So in case if I enter a value, say 10, this value. Now, let me enter a different value and see what happens. Decimal value and see what happens. So I'll say 2.1. As you can see over here, opened with caution as its title, and it says, please enter whole numbers that are greater than. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now moving on towards the next topic, which is data filtering. Filtering data refers to fetch data that meets. So as you can see on the screen, I've already prepared a table. Now in case I want to filter out data only for Washington City, all I have to do is select this column. And from this data tab, I'll have to select this filter option. So as you can see over here, once I've selected this option, I have a drop-down list that has been created over here. When I open this drop-down list, you can see over here that all the cities have been selected. So I'll just unselect this and I'll just select Washington. And now I'll click on OK. So as you can see, the data only for Washington City has been filtered out. So here I've applied a filter just to one column. In case I want to filter data based on multiple criteria, all I have to do is select those columns and then I'll have to add filters to them. I'll filter out the data for New York. And the item I'll say should be apples. So as you can see over here, I've filtered out data based on the items as well as the city. So I'll just undo the changes. So now let's move on towards the next topic, which is sorting. Data sorting in Excel refers to arranging the data rows on the basis of the data present in the columns. So for example, you can arrange the names from A to Z or arrange numbers from ascending and descending orders. So for the same table that I've taken previously, in case I want to sort the names from A to Z, all I have to do is select this name column, and from the data tab, I'll have to choose the sort command. So as you can see over here, it has opened up a window asking me if I want to expand the selection or continue with the current selection. If I expand the selection, it will select the complete table, and if I have to sort based only on the current selection, all I have to do is select the second option and click on sort. Over here, next, it will open another window wherein you can add levels, delete levels, or even copy levels. So what I'm going to do is sort from A to Z, and the column will be C. Since I've chosen just one column, it's going to show only one column in the drop-down list over here, and then I'll click on OK. So as you can see over here, the names have been arranged from A to Z. So there's one mistake that I made over here. I shouldn't have chosen the name of this column, so I'll just put it back. So what I'm going to do is just undo this. So I'll just select this column again and I'll sort it. So as you can see over here, the changes I made have been reflected on my table. So now moving on towards the next very important topic, which is cross-referencing in Excel. In case you want to look for data present in multiple sheets of your workbook, you can make use of the VLOOKUP function. The VLOOKUP function in Excel can be used to bring forth required data from different spreadsheets as well. However, if you do not have the knowledge of this VLOOKUP function, you can refer to the VLOOKUP in Excel video of Edureka present on Edureka's YouTube channel. So as you can see on the screen, I've already created a table with the names of employees along with their IDs, designations, and the salaries. However, the salary column is not filled and the data for this is present in another sheet. So as you can see over here, my original table is present in sheet 7 and the data is present in sheet 8. Now what I'm going to do is use the VLOOKUP function to fetch the value from sheet 8 to the sheet 7. So over here, the first thing that I'm going to do is type in an equal to sign and I'll write down the VLOOKUP function. Now the first thing that I'll have to do is given a lookup value. In the first case, the name of the employee is John. So I'll write down John, followed by the table array. Now the table array is present in sheet 8, so I'll just go to the sheet 8 and over here, I'll select this table. Once I'm done with this, I'll have to specify where the salary is present. So in this table, salary is present in the third column, so I'll specify 3. And since I want it to be an exact match, I'll specify the Boolean value as false. Just to remind you guys, if you do not have an idea of the VLOOKUP function and its syntax, please refer to the VLOOKUP in Excel video of Edureka present on YouTube. So once I'm done with this, I'll just execute this function. And as you can see over here, the salary for John has been retrieved. Now, I'll just have to include a dollar symbol. So I'll click on the Home tab. And from here, I'll select the dollar symbol. So as you can see over here, the salary of John has been retrieved as $1,000. Now, in case I want to retrieve the values for all the other employees, the first thing that I'll have to do is make a small change in this name over here. And instead of giving a name, I'll give the cell reference as the lookup value. So what I'm going to do is just delete this. And now I'll specify the lookup value to be as this target cell. Table array is present in sheet 8. Column will be 3. And it'll be false for an exact match. So as you can see over here, the value is still retrieved when I specified the cell address as the target lookup value. Now what I'm going to do is copy this for all the other employees. So as you can see over here, my table has been completed. Now moving on towards a very important topic, that is macros. Macros are a must to be learned in Excel. Using these macros, you can automate the tasks that you perform regularly by just recording them as a macro. A macro in Excel is basically an action or a set of them that can be performed again and again automatically. So in order to record a macro, all you have to do is click on this View tab. And from here, select Macros. From this drop-down list, click on Record Macro and give a name to this. I'll keep it as Macro 1. Also, you can specify a shortcut key for this macro. For now, I'm not going to give any shortcut key and I'll just click on OK. So now, Excel is going to record all the tasks that you perform. Be careful to record the exact tasks. So in this table, the first thing that I'm going to do is sort the names from A to Z. So to do that, I have to click on Data and select the Sort option. So now my names have been sorted. For the items and cities, I'll just add in some filters. And I'll filter out the data for, say, some 2 fruits, apples and bananas. Cities, I'll keep it as New York and Chicago. So as you can see over here, I sorted the data, I filtered the items and the cities. So now I'll just create a chart for this. So I'll just select this data. I'll open up charts. And then I'll click on OK. So basically, the first thing I did was sorting, then filtering, and then creating a chart for the filtered data. So if this is the final task that I have to automate, all I have to do is get back to this View tab. And from this macros drop-down list, I'll have to stop recording. You can also see all the macros that you've recorded from this View Macros option that is present over here. And in case you want to run any of the macros, just open the macros pane. Select any macro that you've already recorded and click on Run. So I hope everyone's clear till here. Now moving on towards the last topic of this session, which is language translation. Excel brilliantly allows users to translate the data into different languages. It can auto-detect the language present in your data and then convert it into desired languages that is present in Excel's list of languages. So now just to show this to you guys, what I'm going to do is open up a new sheet. And over here, I'll just type in Hello World. Now, I'll open the Review tab. From the Review tab over here, I'll select Translate. And as you can see, a translator window has been opened over here. You can see that Excel has detected that Hello World is in English, and I have a drop-down list for me to select any of the languages that I prefer to see this in. Let me just choose a few languages and see what happens. So when I select Arabic, I have Hello World shown in Arabic over here. There are a number of languages which you can choose from, and whichever language you want to choose, just select that option and you will see the required changes made over here.
Let's get started. Introduction to the various tools that are available. Now, firstly, let us understand what is a spreadsheet tool. Now, Excel is a spreadsheet tool, whereas Tableau is a data visualization tool. Now, in a spreadsheet tool like Microsoft Excel, here the data is represented in rows and columns, and The data is then fed into different cells. Operations and manipulation with the data can be performed by various formulas or even manipulating techniques to change the data into your desired form. The data manipulated can then be converted into various forms like graphs or charts with the help of the tool like Microsoft Excel. So that is what a spreadsheet tool really does. Let's move ahead and understand what is a data visualization tool. Okay, now these tools are able to represent the data in, a pictorial or graphical form to give you various patterns, differences, relationships between the data. All of that can really happen in data visualization tools. Tableau is a data visualization tool. Also, these tools help you connect to third-party tools to receive data. So you can receive data from external sources. That is what is the biggest advantage of softwares like Tableau. It also graphically represents the data and also helps the user with simple drag and drop features to explore the data and its pictorial representations extremely freely. So Tableau has a great graphical user interface that really helps the user, play with data and understand the data in a much better form. Now that we know what a spreadsheet tool is and data visualization tool is, let's move ahead and understand what is Microsoft Excel. So Microsoft Excel is a very helpful and powerful program for data analysis and also you could say for documentation. It is basically a spreadsheet program which really contains various numbers of rows and columns, and where each intersection of a column and a row is called cell. So if you have row 1 and column 1, the intersection between these two is called a cell. Now each cell contains one point of data or one piece of information. So each of this cell you can fill in information. For example, if we have a column of date of birth, so the first row will be of a particular person's name. So you can fill a particular piece of information. That is, you can fill the date of birth of only that person in one cell. Okay. So I hope cells and rows and columns are clear. Now, by organizing the information in this particular way, that is in cells and rows, you can really make information easier to find and automatically draw information from changing data. So that's what really Excel is used for. It helps in finding information easily. You can arrange data easily and then eventually find also data easily in the form of columns and rows. So now that we know what is Excel, let's move ahead and understand what is Tableau. Now, Tableau, as we've already discussed, is a very powerful data visualization tool mainly used in the business intelligence industry. So what it really does is it helps in simplifying raw data in a very understandable format that is usually in a graphical representation. So what it does is it helps create the data that can be understood by professionals at any level in any organization. That's the biggest advantage of Tableau. It also allows non-technical users to create customized dashboards or reports that they like to. So this tool is not really only for technical professionals, even non-technical professionals can use it. Data analysis is very fast with Tableau tool, and the visualizations that are created are in the form of either, as I've already mentioned, dashboards, worksheets, or reports. Now, the biggest thing of Tableau software is that it doesn't require any kind of technical or any kind of programming skills to operate it. All you have to do is you have to build some interest and really look and see how it works. And people from all kinds of backgrounds, like all kind of sectors, such as business, researchers, different industries, can work on the software really easily. That's the biggest advantage. So now that we know what is Tableau, we'll go ahead and check out the difference between Excel and Tableau. First, let us check out the meaning of both of these. As I've already mentioned, Excel is a spreadsheet software that displays the data in a tabular format. In Excel, the data is stored in cells. We've already discussed this. And the data can be easily manipulated by manually set formulas. You have to know these formulas, then you can really play around with your data. And one of the advantages of Microsoft Excel is that it is a great tool for visualization too. You can really use graph charts or presentations to highlight a particular insight or data set in your Excel. On the other hand, Tableau is obviously the most powerful data visualization tool that is currently available in the market today. It helps in viewing your data graphically, and it also quickly spots patterns, trends, or correlations between data points. It also grants users to combine various kinds of dashboards in Tableau and charts that really facilitate, interactive analysis between your data. And because of Tableau, one can save a lot of time if one transfers a pre-designed Excel dashboard in Tableau. Here you can update new content and update new visuals. That's another advantage. As I've already said, you can pull your data from external sources. And it also has a very user-friendly functionality, that is drag and drop features, drop down menus, and it really allows users to explore data more freely and more effectively. Now that we know what is Excel and Tableau, let's understand its automation functionality. So the automation functionality helps businesses in getting up-to-date data to make very huge decisions or critical decisions in their organization. Here, both Tableau and Excel have great features to really work with, such live data from multiple sources. Excel here allows you to refresh an Excel worksheet automatically. It involves some manual programming processes. That is, you can create macros. It helps you also to automatically update the worksheets data whenever you open the file. You can really also create simple macros using Excel's Power Pivot and macro recorder tools. Now, if you want to create advanced macros or, manipulate the existing ones, then you will have to have some basic knowledge of Visual Basic application. Now, when you create your macros for the very first time, it may be really time consuming, but once you create it, it will really reduce the time it takes to complete repetitive tasks in a longer run. On the other hand, we have Tableau, which is a little more intuitive with creating processes and calculations. Now, for example, if we need to type the formula once, after that, it will be stored as a field and applied to all the rows referencing to that particular source. So in this way, Tableau really allows you to create an application for the recurring processes. Other than that, you can also create custom formulas in Tableau, but you will not find the custom formula feature in Excel's Power Pivot table. Next, we have data visualizations. So visualization is definitely one of the most important point between the comparison between Excel and Tableau. Visualization is the process to highlight the most important data in your given data set, right? Excel here allows you to manipulate the data on cell level, and then you can create visualization like graph, charts, PPTs of your data. Now, to simplify your visualization creation in Excel, you need to have a deep understanding of how Excel's features work. But on the other hand, Tableau is one of the most powerful and most popular data visualization tools in the world today. That's why it visualizes data from the beginning. It allows you to really see the significance right away. Apart from that, Tableau also differentiates correlations with the help of color, images, size, labels, shape, etc., different features. Thus, it is giving you context as you drill down the data. In the next difference, we have the use. Now, there are different uses of Excel, like it stores the data, it manipulates the data using various operations. It also stores the data in the spreadsheets using cells. We've already talked about that. But you can organize the data into the cell in your preference. That is one big advantage. Now, apart from that, you can also use Excel to represent the data in a very eye-catching manner. You can use tables, graphs to really serve the data in Excel. It also provides various kinds of charts to represent your data. On the other hand, the primary use of Tableau is visualization, that is data visualization. And as we all know, it is one of the best in the markets. It also offers the best user-friendly interface that allows various users to perform data visualization tasks effectively. And the best part of Tableau, as we've already discussed, it can integrate with other software and tools to get raw data. And once you get the data from external sources, you can just visualize it the way you'd like to. Next, we'll be talking about data discovery. So data discovery is really helpful in businesses, right? So if you discover something from your data, you can make future predictions, and it will eventually help the organization to find some insights about it. But the ability to discover data entirely differs in Excel and Tableau. Excel may definitely not be an option for data discovery. While working in Excel, you must have an idea that the data should really help you find the critical insights. But Excel is having an advantage that it saves data in a tabular form. So it really helps you map out your path to insight. And it does that with the help of building formulas, visualizations, and information analyzing. But the sad part about Excel is the entire process causes that problem of drilling down into the data less flexible. Thus, it makes it really hard to explore information in a granular level. On the other hand, Tableau is the best software for data discovery. It helps you explore your data very freely. You need not sometimes know the answer you want ahead of time. It really has built-in drill down and data blending features, and with the help of these features you're really able to spot some relationships and trends in your data, that is patterns in your data, and in the end you can dig down to understand the causes of whatever you are working with, that is the data that you're working with in Tableau. The next difference is in terms of business. So businesses usually use the Excel to produce quick on and off reports, right? Now, because it is really easy to generate the report in Excel, so Excel really offers the spreadsheet where the analyst can put the data and then eventually manipulate the data according to his functions or formulas. And then he can finally create the report in the shortest time without having any coding knowledge. But on the other hand, Tableau, you can really get insights from data. It offers the self-service function that would pull the insights of the data. The analyst here can really use Tableau to get insight from raw data. Most of the time, Tableau automatically imports the data from various sources. Applications. So where is Excel widely used? It's used by data analysts, developers, and also in the process of explore, transform, and load. It really provides the functionality to data analytics in performing the various tasks daily. On the other hand, Tableau is very popular among data analysts to get insights from data. Apart from that, it can also be used by data scientists to perform some inside operations on data. And as I've already mentioned before, non-technical users can also work on these softwares. It's not really that hard. So what are their specialities? Excel is definitely best for data manipulations and descriptive statistics. It is used by data analysts very often to perform such manipulations and statistical performance that you will need from your data. On the other hand, Tableau is best to visualize any size of data without any issues. Okay. Apart from that, it is also helpful to store a very large amount of data. In Excel, there is a limitation though to store the data. Integration. So I'm sure you must be aware of the integration part. Excel offers integration functionality to users. You can connect Excel to different external sources with the help of some plugins. On the other hand, Tableau has many external sources and internal sources that it can connect to. Apart from that, it also has the capability, or it also offers cloud. Now, if you want to integrate any sources to Excel, then you need to have some system requirements. But in terms of Tableau, it is much easy to make live connections to external sources. That is, it provides faster speed and access to connect with such sources. Finally, the various versions. Excel, as you must be knowing, is a Microsoft licensed software. It comes with Microsoft Office, thus it gets its version with every new version of Microsoft Office, that is Office 2019. On the other hand, we have various versions of Tableau. It has desktop version, server version, cloud-based version, etc. You can pick one as per your requirements. So there are two ways to purchase the Microsoft Office. The first one is you pay for the offline version and it's a one-time fee, but you can also get yearly subscription of Office 365, and the charges of Office 365 are $99.99 per year. And for personal Office 365, it's $69.99 per year. On the other hand, Tableau offers 3 different types of subscriptions to users, and all these subscriptions are as follows: the creator, explorer, and the viewer. They are charged based on monthly basis. So for the creator plan, you need to pay $70, while on the other hand, you need to pay $35 for the desktop version and $42 for the cloud deployment. You can go to the official website of Excel and Tableau to check out the latest pricings of their versions. So let's check out a use case. So Tableau employees, managers, and leaders find themselves in a very dramatically altered business world. COVID-19 is obviously impacting every part of the business, from where they work to where they measure success. And in these challenging times, analytics have definitely been critical to helping make decisions confidently and very quickly. While the dashboards that you're seeing on the screen have been simplified, the data has been randomized and made completely anonymous. The use cases that you see are real. So here on the screen, you can see how this dashboard shows the amount of pipeline at risk due to COVID-19 and it also allows their sales leaders to make better decisions about how to allocate their resources. Here you can see how the sales leaders from Tableau itself, the organization itself, are making decisions about how to make their sales, and how to really allocate and use their resources better. There's so many use cases of Tableau that have been used during this pandemic. Like, for example, human resources are using it to ensure employee safety and success. Also, the marketing team are understanding new digital initiatives by using Tableau. So there are many other use cases of Tableau in general.
How we can work with Excel files, and basically how we can interact with an Excel file or just create an Excel file for that matter. So right now our aim is to figure out the best possible resource that we have at our bay, and Python Excel.org actually has a lot of resources that we can use for reading and writing Excel files. One of them is OpenPyXL, which is the recommended package for reading and writing Excel files. Then we have XLSX Writer, which is an alternative package for writing data, formatting information, and in particular charts in the Excel 2010 format. After that, we have PyXLSB, which is the package that allows us to read Excel files in the XLSB format. And we have PyLite XL, which allows us to read Excel SX and Excel SM files and write Excel SX files. Then we have XLRD and XLWT. So XLRD is basically for reading data and formatting information from older Excel files, and XLWT is basically a package for writing data and formatting information to older Excel files. Now moving further, we have XLUtils, which is basically a package that collects utilities that require both XLRD and XLWT, including the ability to copy and modify or filter existing Excel files. After that, we have the writing Excel add-ins like PyXLL, Excel Wings, and these are the Python resources that we can use for Excel files or working with Excel in general. So in our session, we are going to take OpenPyXL for our operations that we are going to perform on the Excel files. So for starters, the very first thing that you have to do is install OpenPyXL, and it's very easy, guys. If you're using Jupyter Notebook, make sure you open Anaconda prompt, use the pip install OpenPyXL, or if you're using virtual environment on PyCharm, you can install it from the terminal using the pip install command, or you can install it using the project interpreter as well. Alright guys, so we'll move on with our project here. From the very first thing is OpenPyXL. We're going to import the workbook. Alright, so we have imported the workbook from here. So the next thing that we want to do is create an object for the workbook. Alright, so this is basically how we are going to work with the the Excel files. And now we will create a worksheet. So as a default, it comes with one worksheet, and we can create separate other sheets as well. Let's create a sum. So we'll create one more. So using the word WB, we will create a sheet, name it as, let's say, sheet 1. And then similarly, let's create two more. This one will be sheet 2, this will be sheet 3, right? 2 and 3. And now what we'll do here is we will save the sample, guys. Alright, so using wb.save, we can give the file a name. Let's call it as excel.xlsx. So this is the format how you will save it. And now let's just go and check our file, guys. Right guys, so this is our file that we have created. We have sheet 1, sheet 2 and sheet 3 over here. Now the next thing that we'll do, we will create or read and write into this. So first of all, we will write a few values here, and to do that, what we'll do is basically let's just assign a value to a column first. So to do that, let's use column C is equal to WS. Okay, we have a name error which says column is not defined. Okay, one second guys, I think I'm making a mistake over here. This doesn't have to be like that. After this, we will assign a value to this. Okay, so we will, let's say, give it a value integer 1, and let's close this, and we will save it now. Now when I open that file again, so in the sheet 1, Okay, this is probably because we have not created the columns yet, and so let's do that. Right, so we do one thing. Okay, so for X in range, let's say 1 to 11, and for Y in range 1 to 11, we will create cells, and rows will be equal to X, and the column will be Y. And now let's try to add that. Okay, so we'll probably have to close this and save it again. Now open the file again. All right, so let's try to put this into an iterable. Right, guys, so before we move further, let's try to append this particular value. So we'll write ws dot append. Right, so now let's close it and let's save it again. Now when we open our file, is there a value there? All right, so we do have a value over here. All right, so this look a little bit haphazard, did not really slice the columns properly. So we'll do one thing, guys. Let's remove this, and now we will create a columns. This is going to be an iterable, and let's have it in the range 0 to 10. And after this, we will add iter column or iter row, you can use as well. So let's say for column in iter column, which will be ws dot iter columns. Now we will have certain parameters here. So we'll take minimum column is equal to 0. We will take maximum column is equal to, let's say, 3, and we will take maximum row is equal to 5. Right, so now in this particular scenario, for each cell in the column, we will append columns here, and we will save it. All right, so it's open, so it won't save now, and we will save it. Okay, so probably we'll have two values there, but since we have executed that particular cell twice, so this is how it looks, guys. So for each value, start from 12th row and start from the 0th column, because minimum column was 0. So let's say if I change it to 2 and the maximum column becomes 5, let's see what the change would be. And let's do this in sheet 1 now, so that we'll have a better clarity. Close this, save it again. Now open the Excel file. Right, so let's go to sheet 1, and yes, start from the column 1. This A2 goes until the A21, and having all these values until the J. So this is how we can add values inside our Excel sheets using Python OpenPyXL. Now after that, I want to talk about how we can add formulas also. So to do that, let's add a formula in worksheet 1. Where do we want to add it? We want to add it in the A1. Right, so we do not have A1 there. Do we have A1 in sheet? We do not have A1, so let's do it in the A2 column. And yes, so the function would be, let's add a summation function over there, and sum would be, let's say, 1 and 6. So execute this, close, save it, and open the file again. Now go to sheet 1, and this value has been changed by using the formula. So similarly, you can add these formulas or anywhere that you want. So this is how you can add formulas. And the next thing that I want to talk about is just a basic function that will help you in beginning while you're working with the Excel sheets, which is merging the cells. I'll tell you how you can merge the cells, and after that we'll talk about how we can unmerge it as well. So we'll use the merge cells method, and over here we probably have to give a slicing condition where we want to slice. So we'll start with A2, and let's merge all the cells until F2. Now close this, and we'll save it again. Now we'll open, go to sheet 1, and as you can see, we have merged the cells from A2 to F2. And how do you unmerge it? It's very easy, guys. You just use the function which is unmerge cells. Right, so okay, that's an invalid syntax. We unmerge the cells, close it, and now open again, go to sheet 1, and there you have unmerged all the cells, but the values are also gone. So that is how it works.
So why do we need Excel automation? Well, as all of us know that Excel is perhaps the all-time champion in storing, organizing and manipulating the data. Excel is easy to use and is also highly popular. But it is not always user-friendly and at times it can prove to be very time-consuming and hard to integrate with other applications. So, in today's environment where everything is multi-application focused with data constantly being transferred between applications, migrating and integrating data into platforms can therefore become troublesome, right? So, to perform large number of tasks with good accuracy and speed and also to integrate with other applications to provide high productivity efficiency, Excel had to be automated. So guys, these were the reasons why Excel automation came into first place. Now, how do we implement this Excel automation? Well, that is really simple. You just have to implement it by using a tool, right? So here we'll be using the UiPath tool to automate Excel activities. So now let's get started. So as I told you before that we'll be using the UiPath tool to automate activities related to Excel. But before that, you have to install the Excel activities in UiPath Studio. So for that, let me show you how you can do that. Alright. So let me just open my UiPath tool and let me show you how that happens. So for that, let me just open this blank project. So when you open your UiPath Studio, you can go to this Manage Packages option. Alright, so when you click on this, this is where you can check if your Excel activities or any other such activities like the Word activities, the mail activities are installed or not. So in my system, you can already see that the Excel activities are installed. Just in case if Excel activities are not installed on your system, you just have to search in the search bar for Excel activities and click on the Install Radio button. So that would automatically install all the packages related to the Excel activities. Now let me just close this. Okay, so now that you know how to install the Excel activities and you know the reason why you should automate the Excel activities, let's move on to a hands-on where we'll be creating an automation to fill a form with UiPath. So what this automation is going to do is that we're going to have a set of details stored already in a CSV file and then we'll create a Google form. So when you run this automated task, all the details are fetched from the CSV file and Google form fills automatically. So to understand this, let's go back to our UiPath tool. So let me just go back to my UiPath tool. So we already have a blank project created here. So now let's just drag and drop a sequence in the workspace, alright? So basically, sequence is a place where all your activities are performed. So since we're dealing with the Google form here, let's first create a Google form, alright? So for that, let's go back to our browser. So now let's just create a Google form here. So for that, let's just type in Google for Google Forms. Go to Google Forms and then let's create a blank Google form, alright? So let's just say we create an application form. So let's just type in the name as application form and the form description as details of students. And then let's start adding questions. So let the first question be the name. Let the second question be mobile number. Let's add one more question, which could be university name. And finally, the email ID. So guys, this is a simple form. Well, you can customize your form as you want. Now let me just send this Google form to anybody, right? So let me just send this Google form to myself. So let's just type in my mail ID and click on send. Once I click on send, let me just open my mail ID. And then you can see that I've got an application form, right? So let me just open this application form. So the link over here has to be included in your sequence. So let's go back to our UiPath tool. Let's search for an activity named Open Browser. So let's search for Open Browser and then drag and drop it here. Once this is done, in the URL over here, you have to specify the Google Forms link, right? So let's go back to our form, copy it. Let's come back to the UiPath tool, open double quotations and then paste it over here. All right. Now, after you're done with this, in the Do section of your open browser, you have to include a type into to identify the questions of the application form. Alright, so for that, let's just search in the activity pane for type into and then drag and drop it here. Alright, so if the first question is about full name, so let's just type in the text as full name. And to indicate the element in the browser, you have to first open that application form, right? So let me just open that application form. Go back to the UiPath tool, click on this indicate element browser, and then choose this field, right? So I've chosen this field. So basically, this is the field that it identifies your answer, right? So when the first question is about full name, your answer would be fed here automatically. Similarly, we have to do the same for the next three inputs also, right? So let's just drag three type intos here and then include the text, mobile number, university name, and then email ID. So let me indicate the element inside the browser for mobile number. So let's just open that and let me choose over here. Similarly, let me do it for the university name and also the email ID, right? So let me just open that. But here, let's put some test information to check whether it's working or not, all right? So I'll remove this full name and include a name here. Let's say I put a name Sahiti with mobile number. And let me again also include the email ID, right? So let me just do it. So now let's just check if it's working or not. So when you open this form, you can see that after you fill in all the details, you click onto the submit button, right? So we have to automate that movement also. So for that, in the activity pane, we're going to search for a click activity. So let me just drag and drop the click activity here and then indicate the element inside browser, right? So let's just click here and then do that. So now once you've automated your click button also, there could be some times that because of your network issues, the page may not be loaded immediately, right? So for that, we're going to add a delay activity. So let's search in a delay activity and then let me just drag and drop it here. In the properties panel of the delay activity, let's add for how many seconds do we want the delay. So let's say if I want the delay for 3 seconds, I'll add in this format. Alright, so this would basically add a delay of 3 seconds. So if you observe here, this complete sequence is only working for a single input. Now, if we want to add more and more records, then we have to press onto the go back button, right? So we'll choose a go back activity from the activities pane and then drag and drop it here. So now let's just run this program and see what's happening. What's going to happen is the Google form will start filling by itself by the input we have given, right? So we have given this input and it's filling by itself. After that, it's clicking on the submit button and it's going back. Now, this was for one input. What if we want to do it for many more records and we want it to fetch the data from a CSV file? So for that, let's just change the text here first. Now to read the data from a CSV file and to repeat these actions again and again, we have to create a flowchart. So for that, let's first create a sequence again. So let's just close this and then go to a new sequence and let's just say we name it as Excel demo. And then let's click on create. In this, you have to add a flowchart, right? So let's search for a flowchart now and then let's drag and drop it here. Once you drag and drop a flowchart, let's add a sequence here, right? So let's just search for a sequence and then let's add it here. Now open the sequence and then copy all the activities in this particular sequence and paste it there. So let's just copy all the activities from here and then let's paste it here. So now you have copied all the actions inside this particular sequence to add them into the flowchart. So now what we want to do is we want the Google form to fetch the data from a CSV file. So let me just show you a CSV file where I've stored the data, right? So let me just open that CSV file. Alright, you can see that I've put in the details for full name, mobile number, email ID, and university name, right? So let's just see now how the Google form fetches the data from this file and fills it over there, right? So let's go back to the UiPath tool and let's search for an activity known as read CSV, which would help us reading all the data in a CSV file. Alright, so let's just search for read CSV activity and then let's drag and drop it here. So once you drag and drop this activity, just click over here to open this activity. Alright, so in the file path option, you have to mention the file from which it is going to fetch the data, right? So let's just click on these three dots, go to desktop, choose the data CSV file and click on open. This would automatically include our file path. Alright, now our CSV file must have an output format of data table in order to be processed. So for that, we're going to create a variable. So let's just click on create variable, go to table and choose the table name. Let's say I choose the table name as data table and then click on OK. Once this is done, in the variable section, you can see that the variable data table is created. Alright, so now in the properties section, you have to mention the data table variable in the output field. Alright, so let's just mention the data table variable. Now let's go back to our main sequence and see what's happening. So we know that the start node has to be connected to the read CSV activity since the data has to be fetched from here, right? So let's right click on the read CSV activity and choose set as start node. So now that we have configured our read CSV activity to the file path from where we have to fetch data, it's observed that it only fetches data for one time, right? But now if we want to create a loop of iterations of records from our database, what we have to do is you have to drag and drop the for each row activity from the activity pane. So let's just search for each row activity and then let's drag and drop it here. Once you drag and drop it here, double click to view it, and then in this activity you have to mention for each row in a particular data table you want to iterate everything that is present in the body of the loop. So let's just mention the output data table, that is the data table variable in our case, and then let's go back to our main workflow, that is the Excel demo. Over here, let's just right click on this activity and then cut this activity. Alright, and then open the sequence activity. Once you open the sequence activity, in the do section of the open browser, you have to include the for each row activity, right? So let's just paste this activity here in the body section of the for each activity. So let's just drag and drop everything that's beneath it. So let me just drag and drop it here one by one. And then let me just delete this body section. Now let's just summarize what all is happening in the sequence. Well, the open browser activity is going to open the Google Forms link that we mentioned. After that, it's going to perform everything that is present in the do section of its body, right? So in the do section of its body, we have mentioned that for each row in the data table, that is from the each row in the Excel file, we're going to read data and then give it as input to the Google Forms. Alright, so that's what's happening. So now let's go back to our main workflow and then let's connect the read CSV activity to the sequence so that the data can be fetched from the Excel file, right? So let's just connect this activity now and then let's run again. What's happening here? It's filling the text again and again that we mentioned in the type into actions, right? So we don't want this to happen. We want the data to be fetched from a read CSV file. So for that, we have to mention the row names of our CSV files. So for that, in the type into field, we will place the information of the row names of our CSV file, right? So let's see what are the names that we have given in our CSV file. Well, we've given full name, mobile number, email ID, and university name, right? Let's mention these in the type into fields. So for that, let's go to the first type into fields, type in row and in brackets, type in full name and convert it to string. Similarly, do that for mobile number, university name, and then the email ID. Now once it is done, let's click out of the sequence and check for errors. Well, you can see that there are no errors, right? So let's just open the complete sequence and check for exclamation marks. There are no errors. So let's go back to our main workflow and run the project. But before that, let's close our CSV file, right? So let's just close our file. And then now let's run the program. So when you run this program, you can see that all the fields are filled automatically in the Google form, right? It's not just happening once, it's happening until the time it's able to fetch the details from the Excel file, right? So after the project has run successfully, it will return back to the UiPath tool. So now let's open the Google Forms and see the number of responses, right? So let me just open the Google form. So you can observe all the responses here. So that means our project was successful. So now let's get started. So what do you understand by the term web automation? Well, as you know, businesses and applications today are widely structured on web-based systems. Informations that populate these systems are dense and demand extensive processing. So many companies in this large-scale industry have repetitive tasks which are tedious and take a lot of time. So this is where web automation comes in. From form filling to screen scraping, data extraction and transfer between the applications, or web testing, or any periodical report generation, right? So now that you know why do we need web automation, or not only at an individual level but also at a higher level, let's look into how can we use web automation in the UiPath tool. All right, so let's move on. So basically, let me just brief you a little bit about the UiPath Web Automation tool. Well, UiPath Web Automation uses a built-in recorder that can read and enact web-based activities. It identifies web elements by their attributes and accurately manipulates them while keeping up the website changes, right? So if you open any website, let's just say Flipkart or Amazon or anything, right? And if you want to collect data from those websites, you just have to click on the web automation tool and then you can start recording. It works with any website, no matter how complex, and can remotely deploy on various machines in the network. So any IT professional can also go forward and use the web automation tool. By automation web-based workflows with UiPath, you save time, money, and energy. So you need not spend lots of money in paying employees whose sole work is to either put data entry tasks or perform any basic task. So you just have to ensure that the accuracy requirements are always met and your web automation is done. So now that you know how the web automation works and why do we need web automation, let me just move on to the hands-on part and show you how we can use web automation. So web scraping can be used for various types of web page formats, right? So you can use web scraping for HTML formats or JSON formats or any other types of formats. So now let's just look into a demo where we'll be running web scraping using HTML web page formats, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to extract data from Google Contacts. So let me just open Google Contacts now. So as you can see, these are my Google Contacts, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to scrape the data out of this page and then store it in our file. So now let's open our UiPath and then scrape the data for this page. So let me just open the UiPath. So let's just open a blank project. So let me just click here. So let's just say I choose the name of the project as Demo Project 1. And then I'll click on Create. So once I click on Create, this creates a simple project for me. Now let's go to the Design tab and click on Data Scraping. So this will pull up a wizard in which you have to click on Next. Basically, this wizard is to select the elements, right? So let's just click on Next and then hover the mouse over the elements we want to choose. So suppose I want to choose this name, I'll select this name and then click on Next. Once I click on Next, the second name I'm going to choose is to tell the UiPath to create a pattern. So it will basically create a pattern in which all the names would be stored automatically. Now, after that, you can put your column names in the wizard, right? So let's just say I put the column name as name and then click on next. Once it is done, you can see that it has extracted in this sheet. So now if you want to extract any other information, then you have to click on extract correlated data.
So once you click on that, you can extract information here. Let's just say I can extract information about email. So let me just click over there and then click on next. So you can extract any correlated data by clicking on this radio button as extract correlated data, right? So let me just click on extract correlated data and then show you. So I can choose the email ID and then click on next. Once I click on next, I again have to choose the email ID so that I create a pattern. So let's just say I rename this column as email and then click on next. So once this is done, UiPath automatically detects the page is in the HTML table format. After you're done with that, you just have to click on finish. So once you click on finish, you get a dialog box which says if you want to span the data among multiple pages. Since we do not have the data among various pages, let's just click on no. Once this is done, it gets you back to the UiPath tool where you can see that all your steps are stored, right? It automatically records all the activities that you perform when you want to extract data from websites. So guys, this was a short demo on web scraping. Now moving forward, let's look at a large scale where we're going to create an application which will read the email. It's going to take the subject line of the email and it's going to put inside a search query of an e-commerce website and then extract the results from the scraping technique and put it inside a CSV format file, right? So after this is done, what it is also going to do is that it's going to save the file and send it back to me via email. So if we have to automate this task, let's just see how we're going to do it. So let me just go back to start and then choose a blank project, which would basically create a simple blank project for me, right? So let me just click on it and then give the project name. Let's just say I give the project name as demo project and then click on create. So once it is done, let me just go to the design tab and choose to create a new sequence. So let me just create a new sequence and let me just name the new sequence as demo. And then I'll click on create. So I've got this new sequence here. So according to the problem statement, now what I want to do is I want to get an email with the subject line of my requested data, right? So but before that, let me just give you a short demo on how can we scrape data from websites. So it's pretty interesting to learn with the first time how the data is extracted from the websites. Just imagine if you can extract all the data that you have on online websites. So to extract data from websites, you have to click on the data scraping tool. But before that, you should open your website. So let's just open that website. Let me just say I open flipkart.com and then search for it. So let's say I want to search for any phone. Let's just say I go for the Samsung brand. So I'll type in Samsung. So you can see that Flipkart shows you a list of all the Samsung phones. So if I want to scrape the data of all the Samsung phones, how do I do it? So for that, you have to go back to the tool, you have to click on data scraping, and then as I told you before, you have to click on next on this wizard. Once it is done, you have to choose the parameter you want to retrieve, right? So let's just say I want to retrieve the name, right? So I'll click on next and then I'll hover the mouse over here. Once it is done, I'll again click on next to make a pattern so that we can indicate a similar field in the collection, right? So let me just click on next. Let me just choose the second option. So this would basically identify all the phones starting with Samsung, right? So let's just say I mentioned the column name as mobile name. And then I can also extract the URL by checking on this button. And then I rename the column as URL. And then I'll click on next. So as you can see, it has extracted all the data of mobile names and the URLs. So if you want to extract any correlated data to retrieved information such as the rating or your mobile configuration or the price, you have to click on this extract correlated data option and you just have to hover the mouse over there. So if I want to extract the prices, I'll hover the mouse over here and then I'll click on next. Once I click on next, as I told you, it will start creating a pattern. So let me just click on next and then choose the second option. So let's just again rename this column as price and then click on next. Now you can see that the mobile name, URL and the price has been extracted. After this is done, you just have to click on finish. Once you click on finish, you get this dialog box which says if you want to span the data among multiple pages. That is, if you want to scrape the data among multiple pages. So once you click on yes, you have to choose the next option because that is the option that we use to span various pages. So you just choose this option and that ends your data scraping. So that's how our data scraping tool is ready now. So now let's just run this program and then check. So when you run this program, you can see that it is spanning around various pages for Samsung mobiles, right? Once it is done, it gets back to the UiPath tool. Now, if you want to save the scraped data in a CSV file, what we have to do is we have to go to the activities pane and then search for an activity called write CSV. Alright, so let's just search for write CSV and then drag and drop it here. Now in the write CSV file, you have to mention the path name where you want to save your CSV file. So let's just select this path name. Let's just say I mention the file name as demo output and then I put it on my desktop and then I save this file. Once it is done, you have to mention the data table also. So let's just say this data table is stored in extract data table. So if you have to check if there are any errors in your sequence or not, you have to click out of the sequence and check for the exclamation marks. You can clearly see that there are no exclamation marks. So that means our program is error free. So now let's just save this file and then let's just run this file. So when you run this file, you can see that the data is extracted from the websites and it has reached the last page. Once it is done, let's just go to this file now where we have saved the files. And now you can see that all the information regarding Samsung phones is saved. The mobile name, the URL and the price. Not only these three parameters, you can also extract n number of parameters such as the rating, the mobile configurations, the EMI, if EMI is available or not, any such parameters, right? So this has no boundations of how much data you can extract. That was a short demo on data scraping. But our problem statement was to do custom search, right? So I basically want to take data out from my email and then take the particular subject line of my email and then search it in the specified e-commerce websites. So if I just say I choose Flipkart, then I want my automation tool to take the subject line of my email and then search it in the Flipkart. So if I just say LG TVs, then I want the automation tool to search LG TVs in Flipkart. I basically wanted to do the custom search. But to understand how that's happening, we have to first get an email, right? So for that, in the activities pane, we have to search for the IMAP activity. So let me just search and then drag the get IMAP mail messages. So this activity would basically enable you to get an incoming mail, right? So once I drag and drop this activity, I have to configure this activity. So for that, you just have to click on this activity and go on the right side of the section, that is the properties section, where you mention all the properties, right? So on the properties pane, you can mention the email ID, the password, the port number, if you want the messages to be deleted or you want to read only the unread messages, any such options, right? So for the IMAP protocol, the port number is 993. So let's just mention the port number as 993 here. And then we have to give the server name. So before giving any server name, let me just tell you that any text that you include in the UiPath tool must be in double quotes. Alright, so let's just include the server name in double quotes. So let's just include imap.gmail.com. So this is the address of your server now. Now it will ask you for your email and password. So let's just create a simple variable for email and password. So let's just create a variable name email and password. So if I type in email of string type, and by default it should be my email ID, so I'll just type in my email ID and the password. Let's just create a variable name password. So now once you've created the variables, you have to mention them in the IMAP activity. So let's just click back on the IMAP activity, go to the properties section, and in the login details, enter the variable name as email. And in the password section, let's just enter the password variable, right? Now let me tell you one thing here. Any variable that you mention in the UiPath tool need not be included in double quotes. It's only the text that you have to include in double quotes, alright? After this is done, you can configure various options such as if you want to delete the messages or if you want to mark it as read or if you want to read only the unread messages. So from top, if I want to read only one message, I'll choose one. Alright, so once you've set the properties for your IMAP activity, the next thing that you have to think about is whatever you're getting from your email has to be stored somewhere, right? So to store somewhere, you have to create a variable which is of list type. So let's just create a variable mail messages of the variable type list, right? So for that, you have to click here and choose browse for types. In the search option, search for list, and under the system collections generic, you'll find the list option and then you'll choose list of T. So now what is T? We have to define it here. That is the mail message. So I'll just go to the drop down and then search for mail over here. So for that, let's just go to browse for types again and let's search for mail. And under the system.net.mail option, you have to choose the mail message option, right? So after that, just click on OK. And then again click on OK. So after this is done, I have to specify this variable name in the properties of IMAP activity. So let's just click back on IMAP activity, go to the properties section, and in the output section, mention this variable name. So once this is done, our IMAP is configured to receive emails, right? Now let's just check in if we are able to search. You can observe that there's no activity to search, right? So that's because I'm not passing the information anywhere. So to pass the information, I have to pass the emails that I'm getting through the IMAP activity. So for that, I have to use an activity called for each. So in the activities pane, let's search for the activity for each. And let me just drag and drop it here. So basically, what are we trying to do with this activity for each? So the for each activity would enable us to get information from each mail, right? So there's one email that I'm using right now, but for future uses, you'll be using various number of emails. So that is when I would need this activity. Now, in the for each activity, you can observe that it asks us for each item in what. Basically in that, we have to include a variable. So basically for each item in my mail messages, right? So the mail messages is basically the output that we're getting from IMAP. So we're going to include that. So let's just include mail message variable here. And in the item section, let's just say we include mail. So basically this would mean for each mail in the mail message, we want to do the repetitive task. All right. Now in the properties pane of this activity, you have to make sure that the type argument is of mail. So let's just search for mail here. So by mentioning the type argument as mail, we are identifying this argument is of type mail message and is looking inside the variable which is of type list of mail messages, right? So basically you're trying to search a mail in the mails you have. Now this for each activity will execute anything that is inside the body time and again. Now what the for each activity will do is it will execute anything that is inside the body. So each time it receives a mail from its list, it will execute the action specified and then go back. Alright, so if I specify the activity to open a browser, which will point towards my custom search page for now, and then I'll be going to the e-commerce website, I'll scrape the data. So the complete task will go again and again each time it finds a mail. Alright, so now to perform this task, let me just go back to my e-commerce website. So let me just say I search for the product. Let's just say I search for fossil watches. So let me just type in fossil watches. And the search results show all the watches related to the brand, right? So I will just copy this link and let me go back to the tool and then search for an activity as open browser and then drag and drop it in the body section, right? So let me just drag and drop it here. And then let me just paste the link that I've copied. So basically now, whenever it finds the mail inside the list of mail messages, it will open a browser, right? So it will point to this particular address. Now again, if you observe that the address is a string, right? So as I told you before, all the strings must be included in double quotes. So let me just include this in double quotes. Now if you observe here, this address only searches for fossil watches. Now if you want to do custom search, what you have to do is, you have to close the double quotes here, open the double quotes here, and then remove this part and then you have to search for each item in the subject line, right? So for that, you just have to include the mail variable dot subject so that it identifies from subject. All right, now you can see that there's some error because of the exclamation marks. So to remove that, let's just see that the error is here. Okay. So what you have to do is when you concatenate something, you have to include the plus signs, right? So now you can see that the exclamation mark is gone. Once you click out of the sequence, you can see that the exclamation mark isn't there. That means our program is running error-free. So now what's happening here? Basically, I wanted the subject line of my mail to be identified for the search query, right? So I just replaced the text in the search query and then I included the variable for subject line. So this will read the mail and it will store everything in a list of mail messages. So suppose if I give the subject line for LG TVs, it will go to this custom link and it will scrape the data for LG TV in the Flipkart website, right? So I've already done this data scraping part for you. So now let's just drag and drop this data scraping part over here. Let me just drag and drop it in the do section over here. After I drag and drop it here, I'll just remove the part where I've searched for Samsung mobile. So let me just go here and let me just remove this. So let me just drag and drop this here. Let me just delete this part and let me just drag and drop it back here. So guys, let me just click out of my sequence and check for any errors. There are no errors. That means our data scraping is fixed, right? So now let's just go through what all we have done. We have created an activity to receive emails, and for each mail, we have decided a process to do, right? So we'll go to the Flipkart website, we will do the custom search, and once the custom search is done, the data will be extracted and then it will be stored in an output file. So now let's just make it more interesting by trying to get an email back with all the data scraped, right? As of now, it will just take the email, it will get the search query, it will search for it, and it will store it in the CSV file mentioned. But now I want to get an email back with all the data scraped. So for that, we have to search for the SMTP protocol in the activity pane. So let me just go to the activity pane and search for SMTP protocol. So once this is done, let me just drag and drop it here. So once this is done, you have to specify whom do you want to send the email, right? So since I want to send the email back to me, I'm going to mention my mail ID. So that is email variable. Let the subject be attachment and the body be PFA. All right. So now let's just attach these files. So to attach the files, we have to click on this option, attach files. So in the argument, you have to mention the file path, right? So let's just search for the file path here. The file path must be included in double quotes. So let me just go back to the documents where I've stored this file. Let me just copy the address. Let me go back to UiPath tool, paste the address, and then include the file name, all right? Once it is done, click on OK. Alright, so what's happening here is it will pick up the file from this particular address and send a mail to me. But again, you see an exclamation mark here, right? So that means there's some error. So for that, you just have to configure SMTP. Let me just click on the SMTP activity. Let me just go to the properties section, and in the port number, you have to mention the SMTP protocol port number, that is 465. Alright, and the server name as smtp.gmail.com. Alright, after that, it will ask me for an email. So inside the email option, I'll put in my email variable, and in the password option, I'll include my password variable. Whom will it send to? It will send to myself and it should come from me. That's the properties section that you have to configure. Alright. So guys, this was a basic demo. You can actually play around with it and create an advanced version of it. But for now, let's just look into how it runs. Alright. So let's just click out of the sequence and you can see there are no exclamation marks here. So now let's just go back to our email ID. So let me just go back to my email ID. And then let me compose a mail to myself with the subject line of the search query, right? So if I want to search for LG TVs, I'll type in the subject line for LG %20 TV and then send. So why have we included %20? That is because anytime you want to identify a space in UiPath, you have to include %20. All right. So once it is done, you can see that you've received a mail with the subject line. Now let's go back to the UiPath tool and let's just run this program. So now let's just check if you've got any mail. So let me go back to my email ID and let me just refresh this. So once you refresh this, you can see that you've received a mail with the attachment, right? So let me just open this and download this file for you. All right. In the demo output file, you can see the name, the URL, and the price, right? So that is the data which is extracted and it was sent to you.
So now moving on towards the first question, that is, explain MS Excel in brief. Microsoft Excel, as we all know, is a spreadsheet or a computer application that allows the storage of data in the form of table. Excel was developed by Microsoft and can be used on various operating systems such as Windows, macOS, iOS, Android, etc. Some of the important features of MS Excel are the availability of graphing tools, built-in functions such as sum, date, COUNTIF, etc. Excel allows data analysis through tables, charts, filters, etc. It also provides the visual basic for application, flexible workbooks and worksheet operations, and also allows data validation. So these were a few features of MS Excel. So now let's move on towards the next question, that is, what do you mean by cells in MS Excel? So as you can see on the screen, the area that falls as an intersection of the columns and the rows is known as a cell. The total number of rows that are available in Excel are 10,48,576 and the total number of columns are 16,384. So the total number of cells will be 10,48,576 cross 16,384. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now let's move on towards the next question, which is explain what is a spreadsheet. Spreadsheets are basically collections of cells that help you manage the data. A single workbook may have more than one worksheet. So as you can see over here at the bottom of the workbook, you can see all the sheets that are available in this workbook. So by default, they are named as sheet 1, sheet 2, etc. In case you want to change the name of any of these sheets, just double click on them and give any name of your choice. I'll just say example. So now let's move on towards the next question. What exactly is cell address? So the address of a cell refers to the address that is obtained by combination of the row number and the column letter. So each cell of an MS Excel sheet will have a unique address. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now moving on towards the next question of the session, which is, can you add new cells to an Excel sheet? The answer is yes, you can insert new cells into a sheet. To add a new cell, what you have to do is simply select the cell wherein you want to insert a new cell and then right click on it. Go to the insert option and then select the place where you want to insert a new cell. So in case you want to shift all these cells towards the right and then insert a cell before this, you have to select the first option. In case you want to insert a cell above some lines, all you have to do is choose the second option. So right now I'm not going to insert any cells, so I'll just cancel this. So now moving on towards the next question, which is, can you format MS Excel cells? If yes, then how? So the answer is yes. MS Excel cells can be formatted. In order to format these cells, you can use the commands present in the font group of the Home tab. So what I'm going to do is just open this over here. So as you can see, the number group allows you to format cells to be of any type such as currency, accounting, date, percentage, etc. Alignment allows text control, alignment and setting of the direction of the text that's present in the cell. Font enables various fonts, styles, sizes, colors, etc. Border allows cell borders to be changed, removed, colored, and so on. You can also fill the cells with any desired colors. And finally, you can also protect your cells from locking and hiding them. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now let's move on towards the next question, which is, can you add comments to a cell? Yes, comments can be added. To add comments to a cell, all you have to do is right-click on that cell and choose the new comment option. As you can see over here, a dialog box will open wherein you can type any comment of your choice. So I'll just write down comment over here. Okay, so as you can see, I've added a comment to this cell. Now just to notify that there is a comment present in this cell, there is a purple symbol present in the top right corner of this cell. So in case you do not want this comment anymore, just click on the 3 dots that are present in the dialog box and then delete the thread. So one more important thing that you guys have to note is that these comments will be visible to all those people who have access to this Excel sheet. Not just that, they can also answer to your comments. So now moving on towards the next question, which is, can you add new rows and columns to an Excel sheet? Yes, you can add new rows and columns to an Excel sheet. What I'm going to do over here is select this column, right click over it, and then select the insert option. So as you can see, the cells have just shifted towards the right. Now for a more clear picture, let me just type in something over here. I'll say example. And then I'll select this column, right click on it. I'll say insert. So as you can see, a new column has been inserted before this column. Similarly, you can also insert a row. So I'll just write an example over here. I'll select this row, go to the insert option. So as you can see, a new row has been inserted. Okay, so I hope you guys are clear with this. So now let's move on towards the next question, which is, what is ribbon and where does it appear? The ribbon is basically your key interface with Excel, and it appears at the top of the Excel window. So as you all can see on the screen, this is nothing but the ribbon tab. It consists of File, Home, Insert, Page Layout, Formulas, etc. The ribbon tab basically allows users to access many of the important commands directly. So in case you want to access any of these commands, all you have to do is just click on them. Not just this, Excel also allows you to customize the ribbon. Now in order to customize the ribbon tab, all you have to do is right click anywhere on this and then choose the Customize the Ribbon option. So as you can see on the screen, you can choose any option of your choice to be added to the ribbon tab. So let me just choose another option over here. I'll say I want to include the developer tab and I'll click on OK. So as you can see over here, a new tab has been added to this ribbon. Similarly, you can select or unselect any option of your choice to be present in the ribbon tab. So now moving on, how do you freeze panes in Excel? MS Excel allows you to freeze panes that will help you to see headings of rows and the columns even if you scroll a long way on the sheet. Now in order to freeze the cells, all you have to do is select the rows and the columns that you intend to freeze. Then go to the View tab and select the Freeze Panes option. Now over here, you'll be able to see 3 options, that is Freeze Panes, Freeze Top Row and Freeze First Column. You can give any option of your choice. So what I'm going to do is just delete this. And over here, I'll just give some new titles. I'll say name and ID. So now what I'm going to do is freeze this. So I'll go to the View tab and select Freeze Panes option. I'll freeze the top row. So now, even when I scroll down, this top row has been frozen and I'll be able to see it even if I scroll a long way down the sheet. So I hope you guys are clear with this. Okay, so now moving on towards the next question. How do you add a note to a cell? So in order to add a note, all you have to do is select the cell, right click on the same, and then select the new note option. Now you can type in any note of your choice over here. So I'll just type in note and then I'll hit enter. So as you can see over here, a new note has been added to my cell and it's indicated by a red triangle that is present in the top right corner of the cell. Also, one more thing to note is that the name that is shown over here is the default user's name. Okay, so now in case you want to delete this note, all you have to do is right click on the same and choose the delete note option. So now moving on towards the next question, which is, can you protect workbooks in an Excel sheet? Yes, workbooks can be protected. Excel provides 3 options for this. Passwords can be set to open workbooks. You can protect the sheets from being added, deleted, hidden or unhidden, and protecting window sizes or positions from being changed. So up next is, how do you apply a single format to all the sheets present in a workbook? Excel allows you to apply the same format to all the sheets of a workbook. So to do that, all you have to do is right-click on any of the sheet that is present in the workbook and then click on the Select All Sheets option. Now after doing this, if I apply some format to any of the sheet present in this workbook, that format is going to be applied to all the sheets that are present in this workbook. So as you can see, I just have one workbook over here. Let me just add on a new workbook and then I'll select all sheets. And what I'm going to do over here is go to the Home tab, Font. I'll just fill these cells with some color. So now let me move on towards the next sheet and see what happens. So as you can see over here, I made some changes to this sheet and it's also been reflecting in the next sheet. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now let's move on towards the next question, which is, what do you understand by relative cell addresses? Whenever you copy formulas in Excel, the addresses of the reference cells get modified automatically in order to match the position where the formula has been copied. Now this is done by a system called as the relative cell addresses. So let me get back to Excel in order to show this to you guys. So what I'm going to do over here is type in some numbers. I'll say 4 and 5. Here I'll say 6 and 7, 8 and 9. So what I'm going to do over here is type in a formula in this cell, and then I'm going to copy the same formula to these two cells. So what I'm going to do is type in an equal to sign, and then I'll just give the cell addresses as A3 plus A4. And then I'll hit enter. So as you can see, I've got the result for A3 and A4 over here. Now in case I want to copy the formula over here as well, what I'm going to do is simply select the cell and drag it down till the cell that I want to copy the formula to. So as you can see over here, I have copied the formula and Excel by default has changed the cell reference according to the position. So what if you do not want to modify the cell addresses when you have copied the formula? So in case you want to copy the formula without modifying the cell addresses, you'll have to make use of absolute cell addresses. When you use absolute cell references, the row and the column addresses do not get modified and they remain the same. So basically, when you have to use absolute referencing, you'll have to make use of the dollar symbol before the column and the row numbers. So what I'm going to do over here is just change this formula, or let me just take a new cell, and then I'll add in all these cells. So what I have to do is insert a dollar symbol before each of these. And then I'll hit enter. So now what I'm going to do over here is copy this formula to the other cells and see what happens. So as you can see over here, the same result has been copied to this cell, which means the formula has not been modified. In case I would have used relative cell addresses, then the formula would have been modified according to its position. So now let's move on towards the next question, which is, what will you do if you want to change either the column letter or the row number but not both? To do this, you must make use of the mixed cell referencing. Here, either the row number or the column letter will change, but not both of them. So to show this example to you guys, what I'm going to do is get back to my Excel sheet, and over here, okay, let me come towards this side. Let me select a new cell. Okay, what I'm going to do over here is type in an equal to sign, and then I'll type in A $3. Then after that, I'll type in a plus sign, and then B $3. So now what I'm going to do is copy this formula and see what happens. So as you can see over here, when I copy the formula, the column remains the same and the value of the row number has not changed because I've given absolute referencing over here. So I hope you guys are clear with this. Okay, so now let's move on towards the next question, which is, can you protect the cells of a sheet from being copied? So the answer is yes, you can do it by protecting the required cells or the complete sheet. Now to do this, all you have to do is select the cells that you want to protect, go to this font group over here, and then select protection. From here, check the hidden option and then click on OK. So as you can see, there are no changes that are made to my sheet. The formulas that are present in this cell are still visible. Now in case I want to apply the changes that I just made, all I have to do is go to this Review tab and then select the Protect Sheet option. Excel will ask me to enter some password, so I'll just give some random password over here, and then I'll click on OK. So as you can see, previously when I used to click on these cells, it would show me the formula for both of these. Now, when I click on either of these cells, the formula is hidden. When I click on any of the other cells that I've not protected, the formula is still visible. Okay, so I hope you guys are clear with this. Now, in case you want to unprotect the sheet, all you have to do is select this unprotect sheet option and then enter the password that you had specified. So now moving on towards the next question, which is how do you create named ranges? So in order to add named ranges, all you have to do is select the area which you intend to give a name. And then from the ribbon tab, click on formulas. From here, go to the define name command and give any name of your choice. So I'll just give vegetables as the name of this table, or I'll just say veggies. And then I'll click on OK. So as you can see over here, the name given to this range is veggies. Similarly, if you want to create a name for this range as well, all you have to do is select that, go to the formulas tab and select on define name. Then give any name of your choice, and over here I'll just say fruits. And then I'll click on OK. So as you can see, I have created two ranges, that is vegetables and fruits. So now moving on towards the next question, which is what do you mean by macros? Excel allows you to automate the tasks that you do regularly by recording them into macros. So a macro is basically an action or a set of them that you can perform n number of times. So for example, if you have a record of sales of each item and at the end of the day, you have to calculate the sales, profits, loss, etc. So if you create a macro, it will automatically calculate all these values and then you can use the same for future purposes. So now moving on towards the next question, which is how do you create drop-down lists in Excel? So now in case you want to create a drop-down list, all you have to do, select on the data tab that is present in the ribbon, and then from this data tools group over here, select the data validation command. Okay, from the given options, select list, provide the source. So I'll just provide the vegetable names as the source, and then I'll click on OK. So as you can see over here, I have a drop-down list which contains the name of all the three vegetables that I've specified over here. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now let's move on towards the next section, which is pivot tables and pivot charts. So the first question of this session is explain pivot tables along with their features. Pivot tables are statistical tables that condense the data of those tables that have extensive information. The summary can be based on any field such as sales, averages, sums, etc. that the pivot table represents in a simple and an intelligent manner. Some of the important features of pivot tables are they allow the display of exact data that you have to analyze. They provide various angles in order to view the data. They allow you to focus on important details. Comparison of data is very handy, and pivot tables can detect different patterns, relationships, data trends, etc. They can also create instant data, accurate reports, and serve as the base for pivot charts. So now let's move on towards the next question, which is how do you create pivot tables? In order to create a pivot table, you will first need to prepare the data in the tabular format. Now, while preparing this data, you'll have to keep a few points in mind. The first thing is you'll have to arrange the data into rows and columns. The first row should contain unique heading for each of the columns, and the columns should have only one type of data present in them. The rows must have a data for single recording, and there should be no blank rows. Columns should not be completely empty, and the data for creating pivot table should be separated from the other data that is present on that sheet. So what I'm going to do over here is copy a table that I've already created. So as you can see over here, the first row has a unique heading and each column has the same type of data. The following rows contain the data for a single recording. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now let's move on and see how you actually create pivot tables. So what I'm going to do over here is select this table, and then I'll click on the Insert tab. From here, I'll choose the Pivot Table option. I'll select the Existing Worksheet option. I'll give some random cell as the target place, and then I'll click on OK. So as you can see over here, an empty pivot table has been created. Also, the Pivot Table Fields pane has opened that contains all the fields that are present in my pivot table. Now to create a pivot table, all you have to do is drag and drop any of these fields present in these four areas over here, that is filters, columns, rows, and the values. So what I'm going to do over here is drag and drop some fields into these four areas. I'll drop names into the rows. I'll drop the items into columns, amount to values, and the filters will be based on cities. So as you can see over here, a pivot table has been created which contains all the names as rows and all the item names as the columns. Also, you can see all the amounts that are collected for each item by each of these vendors, and also the grand total of each of them. So now moving on towards the next question, which is, what are pivot charts? MS Excel charts are data visualization tools that help you visualize the data in various ways. These charts can be of any type such as bar, pie, area, line, donut, etc. So in case I want to create a pivot chart for this pivot table over here, what I have to do is go to the Insert tab, and then from the Charts group, I'll select any chart of my choice. And then I'll click on OK. So as you can see, a pivot chart has been created for this pivot table. You can also filter out the data according to your choice by selecting any of the data that you want to see selectively. Let me just select for Chicago, and I'll click on OK. As you can see over here, my pie chart has been modified accordingly. Not just this, you can also format this chart by selecting this option, and from here, you can select any type of chart that you intend to see. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now let's move on towards the next question, which is, can you create pivot tables using multiple tables? The answer is yes. You can create pivot tables using one or more base tables. Please note that both the tables should be present in the same worksheet. So now to show this to you guys, what I'm going to do is insert a new sheet, and over here, I'll just copy half of this data. So what I've done over here is separated the table that I've created previously into two different tables. So what I'm going to do over here is click Alt plus D, and then I'll click on P. From this pivot table and pivot chart wizard, I'll select multiple consolidation ranges option, and then I'll click on Next. Then I'll choose the option, I will create the page fields, and over here, I'll specify the first range to be the order ID's date, name, and the item. I want one field. I'll just name it as field 1. And I'll add this. So now for the next field, what I'm going to do is select this. I'll add it, and I'll give the name as field 2. And then I'll click on Next. So Excel will ask you where you want to create it, and I'll say the existing sheet, and I've selected some cell over here. Then I'll click on Finish. So as you can see over here, a new pivot table has been created by taking the information present in both these tables. So now let's move on towards the next question, which is, what happens when you check the Defer Layout Update option present in the pivot table fields window? So in case you check this option, you will not see dynamic changes while interchanging the table fields. So as you can see, by default, this option is off or unchecked. All the changes will appear only when you click on the Update button when you check this box. So what I'm going to do over here is first show you guys what happens when I make changes without checking this box. So I'll just remove the rows and I'll put it back over here. So as you can see, I've just removed the rows and put it back over here, and my pivot table has changed accordingly. Now what I'm going to do is put it back, and I'll check this box, and then I'll do the same. So as you can see, previously when I removed the rows and I put it back in this list over here, the pivot table changed accordingly. Now only when I hit the update button, it is going to change. So I hope you guys are clear with this. Okay, so now let's move on towards the next question, which is, can you create pivot tables using tables from different worksheets? Yes, if both the sheets are from the same workbook, you can create pivot tables from the tables present in different sheets. To create pivot tables from two different sheets, follow the same steps shown in question 24, and when you're adding the tables, go to the respective sheet and select the tables that you intend to merge. So is it possible to see the details of the results displayed in a pivot table? Yes, it is possible to see the details of the results shown by the pivot tables in Excel. In order to see the details of any of the results, all you have to do is double-click on any of them, and you will see that Excel creates a new sheet with all the details about that result. So as you can see over here, I double-clicked on the grand total 400 obtained by Brad, and you see that Excel created a new sheet giving me all the details regarding this. So now let's move on towards the next question, which is, how are pivot tables used to filter data? Excel pivot tables allow you to filter data according to your requirements. To do this, all you have to do is place the field based on which you wish to filter the data, and then from this pivot table, filter the data according to your choice. So as you can see over here, I've placed the city field in the filters area, and over here, I can filter out the data for all the cities or choose any city of my choice. Okay, so let me just choose New York and click on OK. So as you can see over here, I have a pivot table created only for the New York City. So now moving on towards the next question, which is how do you change the value field to show some other result other than the sum? In order to change the value field to show results other than the sum, all you have to do is right click on any of these values present over here, or from this pivot fields table, click on this drop down list present over here. Then select the value field settings option, and from the given list, choose any total of your choice. Let me just change from sum to count, and then I'll click on OK. So as you can see over here, the sum of values has been changed to the count of amount. So now moving on, how do you stop automatic sorting in pivot tables? So as many of us know, Excel automatically sorts the data present in pivot tables. In case you do not want to do this, open up the drop-down lists present for the row labels or the column labels. Click on More Sort options, then go to More options, and over here, uncheck this box that says Sort automatically every time a report is updated. Once you're done with that, just click on OK. So that was the last question present in this section. So now moving on towards the third section, that is question based on formulas and functions in Excel. So coming towards the first question under this section, what do you understand by Excel functions? Functions in Excel are used to perform specific tasks. Excel has many built-in functions that are used to calculate results of various formulas, thereby helping in time conservation. Also, these functions make it very easy to execute formulas which would have been difficult to manually write down. So what are the various categories of functions available in Excel? So as you can see on the screen, functions present in MS Excel have been categorized in this list of options that are present over here. So you have categories based on the date and time, financial functions, functions based on mathematics and trigonometry, statistical functions, lookup and reference functions, database, text, logical, information and engineering functions, cube functions, compatibility, and web functions. So now talking about a very important question, which is what is the operator precedence of formulas in Excel? Formulas in Excel are executed according to the BODMAS rules. BODMAS, as many of us know, stands for brackets, order, division, multiplication, addition, and subtraction. So that means in every formula, brackets are executed first if any of them are present, followed by multiplication, division, etc. Now to show an example of this, let me get back to Excel. Let me just give in some values over here. I'll say 3, 4, 5. Now in this cell, I'll just type in some expression. I'll say A1 star B1 plus C1. And now I'll hit enter. So as you can see over here, the result has been calculated by first adding B1 and C1 and then multiplying the same with A1. So basically 5 plus 4 will give me 9 and 3 times 9 is 27. Now in case I modify this formula by just removing the brackets, and now let's see what happens. So as you can see, previously I had a result saying 27. Now the result is 17. So what Excel has done over here is first multiplied A1 and B1 and then the result is added to C1. So basically 3 times 4 is 12 and 12 plus 5 is 17. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now let's move on towards the next question, which is explain the sum and the SUMIF functions. So now let me just open up the sum function over here in order to show you guys the syntax of this. So as you can see over here, the sum function takes in n number of values as its parameter and it returns a sum by adding each of them. So now what I'm going to do is just cancel this, and over here I'll type in an equal to sign and I'll use sum function. I'll just specify this range to be all the values to be added using the sum function. And now I'll hit enter. So as you can see over here, the sum function has added all the values that are present between A1 and D1. Similar to the sum function is the SUMIF function. One difference is that this function is used to calculate the sum of values that comply to a given condition. Now in case I just change this from sum to SUMIF, I'll have to specify the range followed by the criteria. Now what I'm going to do is given some criteria, I'll say calculate the sum of values that are less than 15. And then I'll hit enter. So as you can see over here, it has added only those values that are less than 15 and it has discarded 17. So now moving on towards the next question, which is what are the different types of count functions available in Excel? Excel provides 5 types of count functions, that is count, count A, count blank, count if, and count if s. So talking about the first function, that is the count function. This function returns the total number of cells that have numbers in the range that is specified to it as a parameter. So now to show you all how this works, what I'm going to do is type in an equal to sign over here, and then I'll make use of the count function. So as you can see over here, it takes all the values as a parameter. So what I'm going to do is just specify this range, and then I'll hit enter. So as you can see over here, the count function has returned 5, which means 5 cells in this range contain numbers. So now moving on towards the next function, which is count A. If I just change this from count to count A, it is going to count all the cells that are not empty within this range. So as you can see over here, I had given a very big range that has cells that contain information plus the cells that are empty, but count A has returned only the number of cells that contain data in them. So now talking about count if. The countif function counts the number of cells that comply to a given condition. So let me just change it from count A to count if. And within this range, I'll just specify some criteria. I'll say count the values that are greater than 10. And then I'll hit enter. So as you can see, within this range, there are 2 cells that contain values that are greater than 10. In contrast to count A is count blank. Count A counted the number of cells that contain information. On the other hand, count blank will count the number of cells that are blank within a given range. So what I'm going to do over here is change this from count if to count blank. And then I'll just remove this condition from here. Okay, so as you can see, there are 7 empty cells present in this range. So now talking about count if s. This is a very special function that allows you to specify a set of conditions in order to count them. So what I'm going to do is go to the table that I've created over here. So what I'm going to do over here is type in an equal to sign. Then I'll choose the count if s formula. And then I'll have to specify the range for criteria 1, the range for criteria 2, and so on. So what I'm going to do is just select the names. And the name that I want to select from here is Ivan. After this, I'll give criteria 2 range. And I'll specify the quantity as 24. Now I'll hit enter. So as you can see over here, within the given range, there's just one cell that has Ivan and has the quantity of 24 present in it. So I hope you guys are clear with this. Okay, so now let's move on towards the next question, which is how do you calculate the percentage in Excel? Percentages, as we all know, are the ratios that are calculated as a fraction of 100. Mathematically, percentage will be equal to the part by whole multiplied by 100. In Excel, percentage can be calculated similarly. So now, to calculate the percentage of marks obtained by each of these students, what I'm going to do is just select the cell where I want to calculate the percentage. I'll type in an equal to sign, and then it is part by whole, so it will be B2 divided by C2. Then I'll hit enter. And once I've obtained the result, I'll click on Home tab, and from here, I'll click on the percentage symbol. Similarly, I'll just copy this formula to the next cell. So as you can see, Ivan has scored 96% and Sergio has scored 78%. So now moving on towards the next question, which is explain how to calculate compound interest in Excel. To calculate compound interest in Excel, you can make use of the FV function. The FV function returns the future value of an investment based on periodic constant investment rates and payments. So let me get back to Excel. So as you can see over here, I've already created a table. The investment amount that I have over here is 500 at the rate of 10% for 5 years, and the compounding periods are 12. So now, to show the syntax of this function to you guys, what I'm going to do is just type in an equal to sign followed by FV. So as you can see over here, Excel provides a description saying this returns the future value of an investment based on periodic constant payments and constant interest rate. So now to find the rate, I'll divide the annual rate by periods, and to find N per, I'll be multiplying the number of years with the periods. PMT over here can be any value including 0. First, I should type in the rate. To calculate the rate, like I've already told you all, I'll have to divide annual rate by periods. So that will be B2 divided by B4. After this, I'll have to specify number of periods. That will be obtained by multiplying B3 and B4. The periodic payments value I'll specify as 0, and then I'll specify minus of B1 as the investment rate. Now this is because the money has been taken from my end. So as you can see over here, the future value for an investment of 500 at the rate of 10% for 5 years and the compounding periods being 12 is $822.65. So the future value for an investment of $500 at the rate of 10% for 5 years and 12 compounding periods is $822.65. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now moving on towards the next question, which is how do you find averages in MS Excel? In order to find the averages, you can make use of the average function. So as you can see over here, this function returns the average or the arithmetic mean of its arguments, which can be numbers, names, arrays, or references that contain numbers. So now, in order to find the average obtained by each of these students over here, what I have to do is just select the range, and then I'll click enter. So as you can see over here, the average of Dave is 83.4. Similarly, if I have to calculate for Ava, all I have to do is copy this formula. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now let's move on towards the next very important question, which is what is VLOOKUP in Excel? The VLOOKUP is a function present in Excel used to look up and bring forth data from a given range. V stands for vertical, and to use this function, data should be arranged vertically. VLOOKUP is very useful when you have to find some piece of data from a huge amount of data. So how does this VLOOKUP function work? The VLOOKUP function in Excel takes a lookup value and begins to look for the same in the leftmost column. When it finds the first occurrence of the given lookup value, VLOOKUP starts to move right, that is, in the row where the value was found. It goes on until the column specified by the user and returns a desired value. This function can be used to match exact as well as approximate lookup values. However, the default match is an approximate match. Now to show you all the syntax of this function, what I'm going to do is get back to Excel. So as you can see over here, I've already created a table. So now, just to show you all the syntax of this function, what I'm going to do is type in an equal to sign. And then I'll choose the VLOOKUP function. So as you can see over here, the VLOOKUP function takes in 4 parameters, which is the lookup value, the table array, the column index number, and the optional parameter, which is range lookup. The lookup value gives the value to be looked for. Table index is the table wherein the data should be taken from. Column number specifies the column from which you want to fetch the value. And the range lookup is a Boolean value which is either true or false. True will find the closest match and false will find an exact match. So now, explain exact match with an example. For an exact match, you'll have to set the range lookup value to false. So let me just take one example of this. The value that I want to look over here will be Leo. And then I'll specify the table array. I'll give the column number as 4 since I want to take down the salary of Leo. And then I'll specify false as the Boolean value. So as you can see over here, I fetched the value of Leo's salary. So what VLOOKUP does over here is it will start to look for Leo in this leftmost column present in this table. So once it traces Leo, it will start moving right in this row and it will go on till that column which is specified as a parameter over here. So I hope you guys are clear with this. So now explain the approximate match with an example. For an approximate match, VLOOKUP will fetch values where there are no exact matches of the given lookup value. Now in order to make VLOOKUP search for an approximate match, you will have to set the Boolean value to true. Remember that the table must be sorted in an ascending order for VLOOKUP to do an approximate match. So what VLOOKUP basically does over here is it starts to look for an approximate match of the given lookup value, and then it stops at the value which is the next largest of the given lookup value. Then it starts to move right in the same row and fetches the value that is desired. So what I'm going to do is type in an equal to sign and then select the VLOOKUP function. I'll specify the lookup value to be 80 and the table array. The column I'll specify as 2 and the range lookup will be true. So as you can see over here, VLOOKUP has fetched B as the result for 80. So what VLOOKUP is doing over here is it starts looking for 80 in this leftmost column. And then it stops at the next largest value and then moves right in the same row. So I hope you guys are clear with this. Okay, so now moving on towards the next question, which is, can you use VLOOKUP for multiple tables? Yes, you can use VLOOKUP for multiple tables as well. In case you have two lookup values, create name ranges for each of the table and then use the if function to select between each table based on some of the given condition. To know more about this, you can check out the VLOOKUP in Excel video from Edureka. So now moving on, how do you perform a horizontal lookup in Excel? To perform a horizontal lookup, you'll have to make use of the HLOOKUP function. The HLOOKUP function, just like the VLOOKUP function, takes a lookup value, the table array, and instead of the column index number, it takes the row index number as a parameter and the range lookup value. So now to perform an HLOOKUP, what I'm going to do over here is take a new cell. I'll just type in HLOOKUP. And over here, I'll specify that I want to see the designation. And then I'll specify the range, followed by the row index number. And since I want a perfect match or an exact match, I'll type in false. I've just made a mistake in this range over here. So as you can see over here, I have the output as senior developer. So just like the VLOOKUP function, the HLOOKUP function will first do a horizontal search and then it will move downwards. So I hope you guys are clear with this. Okay, so now let's move on towards the next question, which is, how will you fetch the current date in Excel? To fetch the current date, you can make use of the today function. This function will return the current date in MS Excel date format. So let me just choose a new cell, and over here, I'll just type in today. So as you can see over here, it has returned the date in MS Excel date format. So moving on towards the next question, which is, how does the AND function work? The AND function in Excel is used to check whether a given condition or a set of conditions are true or not. In case the conditions are satisfied, this function will return a Boolean true. So as you can see over here, I've already created a table. Now to make use of the AND function, what I'm going to do is type in an equal to sign, and then I'll just type in AND. For condition 1, I'm going to check if 230 is greater than 200 and less than 500. So what I'm going to do over here is select the cell, and I'll see if this is greater than 200 and less than 500. And now I'll hit enter. So as you can see, 230 is greater than 200 and less than 500. Similarly, if I have to calculate for the rest of the values, I'll just copy the formula. So I hope you guys are clear with this. Okay, so now moving on towards the next question, which is, what is the what-if analysis? What-if analysis is the technique of performing changes to one or more formulas present in a cell in order to see how it affects the result of those formulas in the worksheet. Excel provides three types of what-if analysis tools, that is scenarios, goal seek, and data tables. Scenarios and data tables take a set of inputs to check for the potential results. Scenarios can work with many variables, but input values can be at the max 32. Data tables, on the other hand, work with just one or two variables, but can accept many distinct values for each of those variables. Goal seek, in contrast to scenarios and data tables, takes the outputs and determines the possible inputs for the same. So can you create shortcuts for most frequently used formulas? Yes, you can do it by customizing the Quick Access toolbar. Right-click anywhere on this Quick Access toolbar and then choose Customize Quick Access toolbar option. From here, you can add any function of your choice to this Quick Access toolbar. So what is the difference between formulas and functions in Excel? Formulas are defined by the user that is used to calculate some results. Formulas can either be simple or complex, and they can consist of values, functions, defined names, etc. A function, on the other hand, is a built-in piece of code that is used to perform some particular action. Excel provides a huge number of built-in functions such as the sum function, product, if, SUMIF, count, etc. So now moving on towards the last question of this session, and that is, how do you use wildcards with VLOOKUP? Wildcards can be used when you're not sure of the exact lookup value. In order to use wildcards in Excel, you should make use of the star symbol. So for example, in this table over here, in case I do not know the complete name of Sergio, what I'm going to do is just type in ERG over here, and then I'll make use of the VLOOKUP function. The first thing that I'll be specifying over here is a wildcard symbol, that is star. And then I'll type in an ampersand symbol. And the reference will be F13, an ampersand symbol again, and an asterisk. After this, I'll specify the table array, the column index number as usual, and then false for an exact match. So as you can see over here, I found the result for Sergio as junior software engineer.
And with this, we have come to an end to this full course on Excel. If you enjoyed listening to this full course, please be kind enough to like it, and you can comment on any of your doubts and queries. We will reply to them at the earliest. And do look up for more videos and playlists and subscribe to Edureka's YouTube channel to learn more. Thank you for watching and happy learning.